Fraser,
What?
are you looking at Discord?
Maybe. Oh god, oh fuck.
Round.
Yeah.
See, I'd show you mine, but I can't be fucked.
Same.
People keep telling me to get in shape, but what they don't realize is round is a shape.
My shape's potato.
For the sake of Miko, who wasn't here last time, explain to him what happened.
We went down the gorge. We got some fat loot, and we have just now succeeded in making it into the library.
Oh yeah,
At
that's
the
what
end of
we
the Dead
did.
Gorge. Yeah. We fought past some orcs, which was pretty easy because they decided to fight us on a cliffside, facing the cliff.
I took an orc
side.
with us at the time.
If they
I
could find a way,
shoved
you
an
would be
orc.
so-
I shoved an orc. It was really funny.
I've learned
If
my
they
new
could find a
favorite
way, you
attack.
guys would be laughing so hard.
And then we went through the hive of a bunch of horrifying insect monsters, but thanks to a friendly ghost, we were able to avoid every single one of the encounters in it. We willingly did a couple of encounters to get a fuck ton of gold, some useful gems, which I have claimed, and a black steel tablet, which is just a cruel twist of fate at this point.
What do you mean, Kieran? There is no gold at all.
What do you mean, Kieran? There is no fate.
There is no
And
twist.
then we went through
There
and
is
we
no
did a
friend
bunch
door.
of puzzles for 7-year-olds.
It took
And
you like
those
an hour to
struggled
solve it
hard, but-
anyway, so... Look who's laughing now.
In my defense, Fraser and Ike's were no help at all.
What am I meant to do? I'm a simple idiot.
They're older
got
than
the
7
solution,
years
you guys
old, so
still
they
didn't
don't need to
understand.
help.
Tried from beyond the grave. Does that count?
Right. You guys have entered the library. It's
I was hoping
the
Abraham would be here for this.
walls-
Having Ash would be useful.
the walls, the floors, and all that kind of stuff is made from sandstone. The library is sprawling with bookshelves, most of them full, with different books, scrolls, and tablets, like stone tablets, I mean, or clay tablets.
Okay.
They're all pretty clean as well. Not a lot of cobwebs. This place looks moderately used. Occasionally you would see a small orb in some kind of translucent hand flying around the ceiling. And also on occasion, a small papercraft monkey would appear with a book or scroll or tablet in its hand and slot it into a empty space on a shelf and then disappear again.
Monkey.
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 Huh. Well, that was
Monkey.
staggeringly easy, huh? Right, guys?
Monkey.
There's a monkey on the car.
What's a car?
What's a monkey?
Don't know.
Say.
I ask and they just laugh at me.
Sag.
But yes, very easy. I'm surprised and
Mm.
scared.
Yep.
I was expecting like the pit of 100 trials type bullshit, you know?
Maybe we're getting to the 100 trials.
Maybe. So where are Ash and Kimsa and Snack right now?
Snacks there. They're always there.
Hello.
You just didn't notice them. So quiet.
Yeah.
Yeah, you could have said something to help with the puzzles on the way in.
Sorry, you were acting like you couldn't hear me.
We ignore you on purpose.
True. So, I mean, we came here predominantly so Ash can get and Kimsa can get their dumb orb for Tilu. So this is a bit awkward right now.
I'd like to look at the books and see if there's anything interesting.
There's probably a ton of interesting stuff.
Sure.
Alright,
You can roll
let's just-
in investigation, Beauregard. I mean, define what's interesting. What exactly are you looking for?
There's three main things that I'm kind of interested in. Something that will make me less shit at wisdom saves, like how to think better. Cookbooks and like how to hit things better. Like, do you have the Art of War in Source World?
Alright, fuck this. I'm gonna cast Detect Magic.
There's a Art of War.
As soon as
as
Beauregard
you
starts looking at like bookshelves, nah, fuck that.
as
Detect
you
Magic's
cast Detect Magic, it appears for maybe 6 seconds and then it fades.
Yeah. That should be long enough to identify, like, is there like a lot of magic in this place? Is it like only certain books or similar?
There's a lot of magic, but some of the schools of magic is some things you've never seen before, or like there's something you don't really recognize.
That's actually kind of a wild concept. I'm about this.
Maybe that's like Dunamancy stuff, because that's like Dunamancy is its own school, but then split up into Graviturgy and Chronology, but then it's like...
I mean, I guess.
Like, Chronology and Graviturgy are their own schools, but they're both grouped under Dunamancy for some fucking reason.
So it's kind of like computer science, and then you've got like networking and programming sort of thing.
I'm pretty sure that even Dunamancy spells have like their own different like school though, right? Like Gift of Alacrity is a divination spell, and Time Ravage, I'm pretty sure, is a necromancy spell.
Well, like, yeah, but that's like the funny thing about it is like the ones that are meant to be like Chronology and Graviturgy aren't schools of magic. Those are not like official D&D canon schools of magic. Whereas schools of magic in terms of spells, they don't have like, you know, the Chronology and Graviturgy.
Okay, there's some weird shit going on here, clearly.
It's all funny.
Proceed with caution. I imagine if we try and take anything, then that monkey might get a little bit mad.
Monkey.
Try and catch the monkey, or at least talk to it.
Yes, use net on monkey.
Can you find it?
You say that the monkey's like putting scrolls and books and tablets and stuff into like places on the shelves. Where's it getting them from?
Well, to start with, it's invisible. So.
Oh.
I think it appears, puts a scroll in, and disappears.
Yeah, you said that.
Yeah, you said that. But like, where's it getting the books and scrolls and stuff from? Is it just appearing holding it, or?
Yeah, it appears holding it.
It's not like taking them from like anywhere. It's not like moving things around.
We don't see it like walk down with a book.
Roll perception, I guess.
Monkey.
Not better than me. Yeah, I don't see shit.
It's hard to tell. I mean, these things are invisible, right?
Wait, I've got a character sheet. I can actually collect things on it now. I don't need to just type my rolls. That one. Oh.
Yeah, that's crazy. I mean, if you could see things, that would be real cool, right?
Yikes! Save us!
Look at
Yay!
All right, party pooper.
There's a monkey on the shelf.
It doesn't seem that they're just moving books between shelves and stuff. It's theoretically they could potentially be moving books from outside the library into the library.
Yeah, that's what I was assuming. Since we can't see it moving stuff from other places, it's probably being given these books or something and is sorting them. Hence, why this library is so full. Which means there could be some pretty recent or modern things here. Alternatively, it could be getting them from a different library connected to this one or something similar.
Maybe it's multi-dimensional.
Yeah, that's entirely plausible. Though magic is a little bit fucked here.
But monkey invisible.
As you guys...
I forgot to mention that snack, but magic don't work too good.
As you guys move further into the library, you come to a sort of central plaza sort of area. Sort of like the middle of the library. And in the middle there's a big fountain of glistening water. And the fountain's encrusted in different jewels and inlaid with gold. The sort of like inlay where it's like sort of like with cracked pottery, and they fix it using molten gold. It's sort of like
Okay.
that. Like any damage has been replaced with gold.
Hey, Snack, want a drink from the fountain?
I was gonna try breaking my arm in half and see if it gets fixed with gold.
I mean, that's actually a reasonable assumption. Maybe the water.
But I
fixes
don't know.
things.
I don't know what I don't know what effect it might have.
I mean, we could just try
There's one way
breaking
to
something and
find
putting
out.
it in the water, right?
Well, how about
If Snack puts his stump in it, do you think it would get sealed up with gold? Bless you.
No, all right. I know magic is fucky, but I would also like to try detect magic.
Okay.
Like close to the fountain.
For a short period of time, you detect a little bit of magic
Ooh, where from?
from a fountain. Specifically from the top of the fountain.
I will point with a finger to the top of the fountain. That seems magic.
How tall is the
Points of
fountain?
water. Don't.
Oh, let's say it's good 15 feet high.
Oh, damn. Okay, so only Beauregard or I could reach the top then, realistically.
No, we could yeet the.
I mean, yeah, you could lift
Or you could
Snack
just
around.
like get wet and climb, that's doable. It's a climbable bounce.
You know how hard it is to climb a wet fountain? Because I do, and it's hard.
Whenever I make a high jump, I can get an extra D8.
Oh yeah, goat legs.
I go boing.
I mean, unless somebody wants to try touching it or putting their hand in the water up there, I'm gonna be honest, I don't really want to try it in case something bad happens. But Beauregard, you're already like half crystal. You could become half
I'm
gold.
half crystal, 3/4 fucked.
Yeah, you could be like part crystal, part gold, you know?
I do like gold. So you just want me to touch the water or touch the top of it?
I was thinking, like, how big is like the spout that the water is coming out of? there
The
multiple,
spout comes out like it's a single spout, and it's probably the highest point. Like,
Yeah.
if this fountain's 15 feet high, the spout is at least 5 foot.
Beauregard, do you think you can just like latch your mouth over it?
Balloon.
I don't know if I want to latch my mouth over it.
If
The
Beauregard's gonna
mountain,
like.
the big sock.
Wait,
Mm,
Beauregard, you have your cooking tools on you, right?
of course.
Try putting one of your spoons over the top.
Okay. I'd like to try and, I assume, stop the water coming out with a
I am going
spoon.
to shield myself with a wing.
Roll athletics.
Oh, God. Oh, no.
Well, that's one of your good
Okay.
rolls.
I know, 16.
Okay, you climb up. You get a ladle, or are you just going to use a eating spoon, a tablespoon?
I said spoon. Ladle would make more sense if you're trying to block it, but I mean, I was thinking
Yeah,
more
like- Big wooden spoon, like a big stirring spoon.
Alright, you get out a stirring spoon, and you try to cover the top of it, and the water just sprays everywhere.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was all I was trying to accomplish. I'm
Yeah.
gonna be honest.
We expected this, but still.
Why are
Expected,
you
I
washing
wanted
your
it.
spoons right underneath the tap? It gets everywhere.
Because it also gives me a shower. It's efficiency.
Isn't the shower gold though?
Oh no!
Yeah.
Oh no!
Oh, mm.
Does anything
Water.
else happen?
It's just,
Just
water.
water. It's not like anything the water touches becomes gold or anything. That's good.
No, it's just water.
Okay, good, perfect.
It's just a nice
You know, I'm
fountain.
gonna come out on a whim here and say that I think I figured out the mystery of the fountain.
Okay.
I think the magical aura that you found is just create water.
Probably.
Then again, where does the water go in that case? It's like a
Can we look in the fountain, see if there's a sort of like little drain or anything?
There's no drain, but if you figure that if the top has create water, the bottom could have destroy water.
That
Makes
doesn't sound right.
Makes sense.
That doesn't sound
yeah.
very environmentally friendly.
Yeah, I don't think that there's anything like special about this fountain that we need to like worry about here. I think we're good to just ignore it.
As the wet Beauregard climbs down the fountain, he is met.
Wet regard.
You are all met with two floating wizardly figures.
Uh-oh.
Hmm,
Hey,
nice.
One has a visible aura of it's sort of like light yellow.
Hmm.
And
This wizard.
I don't know what's going on.
The
I want to say that's out
other-
of conjuration.
the other has a visible aura of it's sort of purplish. Dark no, is it? Yeah, it's like sort of dark bluish purple.
Some of these are meant to be schools of magic or just flavor text.
Yeah, I don't remember what school of magic is goes to which color with it. Then again, I have
Yellow
to
is
take magic
conjuration.
for that. Okay, I thought it was either conjuration or transmutation. What?
I
blue?
know conjuration for a fact. I believe transmutation is that sort of like little peachy color.
What's dark blue purple?
Illusion.
Illusion? Yeah, I think illusion's purple. Yeah.
While you guys are trying to
Um,
figure out what school of magic they are,
I mean, I said hi.
Yeah, light pink is like an enchantment.
they say,
But there's none.
the light yellow one says, "Ah, you've made your way into the library. I would have bid you welcome earlier, but I was curious as to what you were trying to accomplish with the fountain.
I'm just curious.
And it appears that my question has been answered. You just wanted to get wet. Anyway, I welcome you to the Sanghola Plains Great Library. My name is Peritus Ordinus. This is my counterpart, Peritus Chow. I'll spell out the names for you guys if you sit in
Thanks, I
case
was
you
just-
want to do
I
that.
was just about to ask. Thanks. Have I spelled them right? Oh, so close.
Instead of the second I in Ordinus.
I went US. Yeah,
Yeah.
or Ordinus.
Ordinus.
I also spelled I also wasn't sure I'd spelled Chow because it was spelled like 17 different ways.
Yeah, you could have like the Italian goodbye. You
I just went
could
with
have it
eating
as-
Chow. That's fine.
that too.
Now, it's customary at this library that those who enter here to reap the benefits that is here must, of course, contribute to the benefits that lay here. I hope you've bought some literature of worth.
Still-
Okay. I might get castrated for this, but I have a Tome of Understanding that can't be used for another 80 years.
Yeah, very true.
Are you offering it?
Which I was gonna say, did we still have the Cilantra's magic book?
Yeah, I still have Cilantra's Magic Book. I've had it for fucking ages. So,
Let's go.
yeah, I mean, I'll offer that up.
Ah, magical tome. This tome in particular gives one an increase in understanding upon completion of reading it. Quite the treasure. This will make an excellent addition to our... which archive do you think, Chow? I think the Coalescent archive. That would be the good one. Coalescent? Well, that's in your section, isn't it?
Oh no,
Well,
I
we
hate
can't
them.
have it in your section, can we? You've already got one of these. Well, there's no problem with having a copy. Well, I don't have one at all, so... Tell you what, we'll play for it later. How about that? I don't like so, but I have no choice, so go on. Very well. You lot, Do you have a specific goal in mind for coming here, or are you just here to... Sorry, I... browse. Sorry, just the concept of browsing is... Imagine
Oh, he
going
would not
somewhere...
like the internet.
Imagine going somewhere and not knowing exactly what you were there for. Ugh. So why are you here? To... Sorry, I... Browse. He needs to browse. Are you here to browse?
There's a few different things we wanted to look into. I'm part of a slightly larger group. The rest of my colleagues should be showing up soon. They're the ones that have a more specific goal in mind, however. There is a couple of topics we wanted to look into. What do you know about or rather, what knowledge do you have on the old gods?
The old gods.
And the beginning of the new gods. The catastrophe that shook the Dracokin race to their core. That sort of era.
That knowledge is... forbidden.
May I ask why?
Questions are allowed here. In fact, questions are appreciated here. A library is a location for research of knowledge. To ask a question is... it's the most common sense thing to do in a library, is it not?
Suppose, yeah. In that case, why is it forbidden?
Well, because the research into this topic is the reason that, well, the city that was located at the Sanghola Plains a great many years ago no longer exists. You're aware of this, right?
I had a feeling it might be related, yeah. That was part of the reason I wanted to seek this place out to learn more about it.
In its place, a chasm has been formed. This library is one of the few places remaining of this city, due to its excellent architecture from the outsourcing that we fetched from a very distinct race called the Loxodon.
Yeah, there are statues to them outside. Huh.
That is not to say that we don't have information on the topic you want. And as much as the library is a place to seek knowledge, there is some knowledge, sadly, that for the betterment of everyone is better left unknown.
Well, the reason that we have traveled here is we seek to stop the same event from happening again.
Well, I'm afraid that I personally can't help you. Nor do I personally want to help you. Because honestly,
Understandable.
what's happened here, or what's going to happen somewhere else, is possibly a good thing. I mean, so what if people died? They learned their lesson. They sought their knowledge and they paid the price for it. Everything has a price, including the pursuit of genius.
Well, Beauregard, what were you looking for?
Just seeing if there's any way to help me. You know, get better, get smarter. let people stop
Browsing!
getting in my head.
Oh god!
I will facepalm.
Browsing with a purpose, though.
Oh god.
Terrible.
Calm down, all
Well,
this.
surely it's not technically browsing if you know what it is you're looking for. Sometimes you may not know what exactly you're looking for, but you know what your purpose here is.
There are other things that we seek. Don't worry.
Oh, okay. Thank goodness. Oh, I almost had a magical migraine there.
Osiris and his horsemen.
Yes, what about them?
He just nods ending them, how they came to be, we might have pissed them off. So
Well, if you want literature from that era and from that area, I believe we have a few books. It's maybe a 5-minute walk. This library, it's situated in a way that books from specific areas will be situated in that specific area. Imagine this library as an atlas. If you want to find out more about something from, say, Tartarus, you should go further towards the center of the library, I guess around this area. You'll find books on Tartarus. However, if you wanted books on Draconia, I guess, you should head further north until you reach the equivalent of Draconia. So, if you want to find books on the Horsemen, I believe it should be to the east, and look into the wastes.
how does that work for more metaphysical concepts, things that aren't necessarily recorded history, philosophy books, stuff like that? Do they just go to where their author originated?
Yes.
How surprisingly sensible.
What about stuff about other planes?
Upstairs. Downstairs.
Fair.
Depends on where the plane is situated based on our plane.
Oh god, the planescape. That's something I could do with some more knowledge on. Ugh. Don't want a repeat of the Astral Sea incident.
Although, I will be honest, we don't have that much information on the planes. It's not easy to send our monkeys there.
Oh, that's what the monkeys are. So, do the monkeys record the information?
It depends. If no one's using it, they take it. But if it's something that will very likely be missed, they will create a copy and then take the original.
Catch me out here looking for the Book of the Damned. Alright, in that case, I suppose we have some reading to do, Snack.
Indeed.
I mean, yeah. Thank you. We may be back with more questions later, if that's alright.
Okay. Well, I should tell you where to not go.
Yeah. That would be useful.
Straight north, there is a door. It is locked, so don't try to open it. And if you need to reach either me or Chow, we are on the 2 doors either side of that door.
Alright, thank you for your help.
The 2 wizardly visitors of the wizard people just sort of pop, disappear.
Friendly?
Yeah.
I've got to be honest, the Dead Gorge, kind of the friendliest place on this entire continent.
Do you think they're real, or are they just, like, spirits?
Could be illusions. It could be illusions projected by real people behind those doors. Have you ever read The Wizard of Oz?
No, what?
Tell you when you're older. Story about Faye. In any case, I guess we should start by looking into these horsemen, because I mean, we're gonna have to deal with you-know-who eventually, right?
Yeah, that's the plan.
And we need to deal with you as well, Stack.
What?
I will stab Snack.
Bit of a roll to hit.
I know. I guess, yeah, let's go east.
Alright, so you're heading to the wastes section.
Yeah, the waste.
Alright. A lot of the books here are a little ruined. Some have been patched up the best they can. Some are, and they're suffering from damage from a lot of different kinds of things. Like, since this library strives on taking first-hand books, some of these things are showing wear and tear from their age. Some have fungal damage. Some are beginning to rot, but are being magically maintained to stop that from occurring too difficultly. And some are burned. Some just have big tears in the middle of the pages, that kind of thing.
Alright, guys, I guess let's split up and look for books on these horsemen. And Osiris and his the nature of his avatars, I guess. Though I'm gonna go on a limb here and say that the manifestations of his avatars vary depending on the person. And then again, maybe they are all crow themed. Either way, if we can find some kind of recounts of his past avatars, we may have an idea of what we're looking at.
Well, here goes nothing, I guess.
Alright, gang, let's split up and look for clues.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no, he said the word.
Split the party and go to the locked room.
Mm-hmm.
I really want to know what's in the forbidden section, but I understand why they can't give us access to the forbidden section.
No, you got your library card, remember?
I do actually have a library card.
And you get preferential treatment.
Oh, you've made a very valid point, actually. Oh my god, I forgot I have that feature.
This is pretty preferential already, don't you think? They've been so
Oh,
nice.
yeah, for sure.
They've
Yeah,
been so
fair.
nice.
I
They
actually
haven't
forgot
killed
about
us
the
on
cloistered... I forgot about the cloistered scholar background. Hang on, wait, let me quickly just check exactly what it says. Library access, yeah!
And here you are, accessing the
Yeah,
library.
you have access to the library. Yeah, no, you have free and easy access to the majority of the library, but though it might have repositories of lore that are too valuable, magical, or secret to permit anyone immediate access.
Immediate.
So nah, not quite.
Alright,
is
so
fine.
those of you who are searching for books, give me some investigation checks.
That's one of my good skills.
I might
That's,
want to assist you instead of rolling myself.
Yep, good.
Alex, would you like to roll an investigation check?
What are you looking for?
Okay, let's see what we can learn here.
I'm just going to wait to see if there's anyone else going to roll before I
It's
divvy
like
up my
even your
rolls.
Ike's!
Remember, she's mostly focused on work, so...
Well, in that case...
Oh no.
So we only have 3 people. That sounds like we don't have a session on our hands.
Oh no.
She's here, but don't worry
Ooh.
about it. Alright. Beauregard with a 7.
She's a genius.
You find you
Sure.
look around in the fungal section of all the books. A lot of the books have fungal damage, and you mostly just can't read anything. Oh shit! Ike's is here with a 23. Ike's, can you calm down? You're nat 20s, jeez.
Yeah, chill out.
All these weighted
She
dice.
rolled twice and got nat 20 both times. She's got 100% success rate this session.
Look at you with these weighted dice.
Yeah.
Okay.
How many more books you need to pack?
It's 800.
Oh,
So, Jaeger, specifically, what are you looking for?
So I would probably be looking for just anything that could recount past avatars of Osiris. whether they be like folklore tales, like heroic novels, probably not crappy fan fiction, poetry, just anything that might recount like the deeds of past avatars, specifically of Osiris, to try and give us an idea of what sort of powers this guy might have.
Okay. You find information on the third avatar of Osiris.
Okay, that's something.
Roll intelligence.
Ah, that's one of my good stats. That's an 18.
And roll a d10.
Ah, yes, that is a 5. That's average.
Okay, it'll take you 5 hours to read through this.
Perfect. I've got plenty of time.
So you're going to be working on this for 5 hours.
Yep. What's everyone else doing?
No, I'll get to that afterwards.
Oh, that's scary.
I'll just tell you what you find out.
Shoot.
But just know that you're incapacitated for 5 hours.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm cool with that. Get to read book.
You find out that he was a powerful wizard, or specifically a necromancer. He was a archpriest of Osiris's temple. Though it also mentions that the temple near the end of his line was destroyed, along with the rest of the city.
Ooh.
It notes that he was killed once, but then he was almost immediately revived in a stronger form.
2 phases.
And his powers worked mostly with bones. Like he could create bones out of nothing, out of magic. He could create bone armor, bone weapons, encase people in bone traps, that kind of stuff.
Okay. So
Man's
we're probably
out here
facing a
playing-
very similar situation for the crow. Reasonably
Man's
powerful
out here
wizard,
playing-
archpriest, be killed, but he'll probably be immediately revived stronger. That's very likely with the form of the crows. Powers working mostly through crows, summoning crows, creating crows from nothing, crow armor, crow weapons, and he can encase people in crows.
Crow
Got it.
armor.
Alright, so the third one was just playing Zol from HOTS, and the
True.
current one is just playing Crow Rick from Rick and Morty.
Crow horse.
Crow Horse. Oh no, I don't want to submit to Crow Horse.
Submit to crow horse. Ah! Alright,
It's got
Ike.
sentience.
Specifically, what are you looking for? Ike's is typing.
Submit to Deep Crow.
A way to get rid of brandings.
Oh, yeah. Brand regard.
Well, you did roll a nat 20 for a total of 23. You realize that this kind of thing isn't in this section. And for a specific type of magic, cursed magic isn't something that's, especially this kind of cursed magic, is not something that's a normal magic. So you might need to either search in a section where that delves into less normal magic, or figure out where this cursed magic came from in the first place, or ask someone who knows magic more. to the librarians. Which one? Are you going to go with Ordinus or Chow?
Chow's more chill. Correct.
Okay. Is it just you?
I'll go if you want.
I would like to also go and bother the librarians.
Are you not reading with me? I guess you help me
Well,
find the book. You're not reading.
I helped you find the book. You do the brain stuff. I'm just like that one. She speaks.
Hey, I'm good. I'm here.
Hey,
Yeah.
bum. Got any books?
I'm working on that department. Oh, good.
Okay, you go to a place where they said that they were located. And you go through a door, and it leads you down some stairs. There's a nice spiral staircase.
Okay.
Oh god, there's a map.
It scares me too.
This is actually funny.
I guess the door is unlocked, or
It's no door, it's just an opening.
okay.
The red marking. Oh, it was like health bar. I'm stupid.
I have a
Whoa, what's that? What's that health? Oh, it's our health bar.
Did they say where the door is located, or just at the end? Do you guys remember?
You're already in his room, his area.
If we're in the area.
I'm away.
Shelves, there's what seems to be benches. There is the void. Ah,
That is not void anymore.
it's avoidant.
You could even say it's avoid.
Ah. There's a man. Sorry.
Oh, yo, what up? Let's do
Oh, holy
he's-
sh! He's vibing.
One second. Okay. Hello again.
I see you've come to find me. I suppose you
Yeah.
have a query, and of course, as a librarian, I'm obliged to answer it.
Would be very helpful. Yes. I'm searching for a book that may have something on cursed brandings and how to get rid of them, like the one on this this giant's neck.
A minor correction, he's not a giant.
Half a giant. He's a giant to me. He has a big heart, and I'd like to ride on his shoulders a couple of times. But anyway,
I see. So you want information on curse magic. Are you going to use it for anything nefarious?
I don't know what that means.
I just would like to help my friend to get rid of his curse mark.
Well, that's a shame. I love nefarious deeds. Well, okay. Let's see. Let me have a good look at you then.
Like I said, don't want to say anything, but you might have a velociraptor problem.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, I see. This is very poor craftsmanship. It just barely gets the job done. He floats over here. Alright, alright. He grabs a few scrolls from different bookshelves and places it here. Okay, this is how to improve the curse mark so that your slave will be more obedient, even without the punishment.
Oh no.
Works for me.
And do you have one how to just get rid of it?
Get rid of it? Why would you want to get rid of it? You have a free slave here.
He does make a good point.
Just in case an accident happens to any other person and they suddenly have a mark on them.
Then they're your slave as well. I don't see the downside.
He makes a very good point.
I would still like to see that.
Oh, the counter curse mark. Well, I suppose it could be useful to rid a competitor of his slaves and to re-curse them into your servitude. That is what you intend, right? Then in that
I
case...
mean, I do have an old competitor. I would like to get rid of his slaves. That would be true, yeah. Can they shut up the birds? I don't like birds.
Where did I put it? Where did I put it? Ah! This is it. Possibly. The counter curse should be in one of these scrolls.
Thank you very much. And I just take the scrolls for now and just... They're gonna go eat them in a silent place where no birds are allowed.
Okay.
Sorry, I got...
As a note, you're not allowed to take the scrolls out of this room. These are my personal scrolls.
Oh, then I didn't want to. Then I'm just gonna go over to this bench.
That's a table, not a bench.
It's the bench now.
There's no chairs in this room. He doesn't
Sit
need
on
a
the
chair, he can
floor.
just float.
A table can be a bench to sit on it.
Oh man, that is just terrible etiquette. Which I love. Go on.
And I'm also gonna read the scroll about how to make it more prominent.
Alright.
Oh, no.
Roll... Give me 2 intelligence checks.
This is the start
Yes.
of Ike's downfall. We've already had my evil art.
Intelligence twice.
Hey, what if Ike has already been possessed by the Sideman?
Okay.
Just as an aside, hey, Miko, Fraser, what if Ike's already been possessed by the Sideman?
Roll
love
me
it.
a
I
d6
can't be
and
possessed.
a d4.
Come on. There we go.
Okay, it will take you 4 hours to read of how to remove it, and it will take you 1 hour to read on how to improve it.
That's convenient.
So what do you mean possessed by the Sideman?
Yeah, we can.
Hmm. Sus.
Nobody knows.
Yeah, no, you're right.
You specifically are the one that killed the Sideman Yater.
Yeah, true. I did kill the Sideman. Killed him fucking dead.
He no longer exists. He is dead.
So we hope.
No, he's
So-
dead. I killed him. I cut his brain in half. I think he's dead.
I know very few people who can survive without a brain. Miko was
Mm.
one of them.
Mm-hmm.
Aw.
Okay, so both of you are working for 5 hours. Beauregard and Snack, what do you want to do for the next 5 hours?
Hey, Snack, you want to go look at books that help you get warlock powers back?
I don't think there's any books on those. Although actually, there might be the art of seduction.
Hey, Beauregard, want to go browse?
Oh, I love browsing.
No.
I'm gonna throw up.
That's not this one.
Browsing. I know. he
But
just
You can just hear from the other
he
room.
senses the words from the other room.
Stop furrowing your brows at us.
Oh.
Let's go. I can trigger an illusion with puns. Well, what would you want to make you stronger?
I don't know. Because I'd like to get better at wisdom.
Or is
What
it
else?
strength you're looking for?
Don't really need extra strength. It's everything else.
I mean, extra strength would be good. +1 to hit, +1 to damage,
Yeah.
+1 to athletics checks.
It sounds like what you require is experience.
I am quite experienced, but more experience is more good.
Well, what if I told you I could provide you such experience?
I do like experience. Tell me more.
Oh no, it's moving.
He's approaching me.
Yes, perhaps you could receive it. Tell me, how do you like to fight?
Up close with an axe.
Beauregard's getting turned into a slave.
Is that it? You don't do anything special, like use magic or summon undead or something like that? You just hit things with an axe?
I'm not smart enough for any of that.
Understandable.
Sometimes
We all
I'm
have
not.
our own roles, don't we? He just pats you on the shoulder. You don't feel anything, but it looks like he's patting you on the shoulder.
Surprised anyone could reach my shoulder nowadays.
You can float.
I know.
I can reach your shoulder.
A flight.
I can jump and reach your shoulder.
You can try.
Probably. Actually, wait, where's the picture again? I need to see the vending machine comparison.
Oh god. No, I'm not good enough for magic. Not allowed.
Well, magic's for those who have intelligence, and well, more brawny things are for those who spend their time, instead of reading books, lifting weights. A waste of time in some cases, as magic can lift weights as well. But that's not the point. The point is, I could make you stronger.
Tell me more.
For
I'll explore.
price.
I'm guessing gold won't cover it.
I have no need for gold.
As I expected.
And the price isn't to be paid to me.
Oh no.
It's a price you must make of yourself.
I've done that before.
Cost 1 Beauregard.
In that case, I can give you the experience of a seasoned warrior who once came here and broke a rule and was turned into a book. If you read it, then you'll experience the entirety of his life, from start to finish. And when you're done, the accumulative experience that you will have read and experienced from his experience will be mixed in with your own. But there's a caveat. You will have lived his entire life, from start to finish, birth to death. All... I don't even know how old he was. I think he was a human, so he very well may be under 100. And once you've finished with your experience, well, you'll return to being you. But, well, you'll still remember what he did. It'll be a difficult price to pay. Price to pay, in of itself. But I'm very interested in seeing what it will do to your mind. So let's go get that book, shall we?
Oh, I do like books. Okay,
Okay.
this can only end one.
Wait a minute, Beauregard.
What?
Here's the question. Have you ever remembered something so utterly embarrassing you've done in your life it's stopped you from sleeping? It's just a random memory pops up out of the blue.
Maybe.
If you read that book, you would be able to be tormented by the embarrassing past of someone you don't even know. But at that point, you will have known, so...
It's like double the embarrassment.
Exactly, that could be too steep a price for some.
But double is good, right?
Hmm.
Double is twice as much as anything.
Double the fire damage.
I mean, I would take double the fire damage on my fireball.
I'd take double the fire damage on mine. That equates to regular fire damage.
Here you go. This is the cumulative life and experience of Legionnaire Artus. He was a Legionnaire of the, what do they call themselves these days? 1 second, let me have a look at my notes.
This makes sense in character, as the wizard would have notes.
On all sorts of things.
Mm-hmm. Bro, man's just out here breaking the fourth wall. Hold up.
Ah, yes. I see it now. The Cardston Empire. He was a legionnaire there, and he snuck into the country to find this library in order to create a weapon to use for his empire. He broke the rules, entered the forbidden section. We killed him, and I turned him into a book for your reading pleasure.
That seems awfully nice of you.
Would you like to read his book?
Yes!
Okay.
This is going to end horribly.
Legionnaire Ardus died at the age of 35.
Okay.
It's not so much you live his life, but you're stuck to him like a character who's in third person.
Okay, so like Assassin's Creed style type thing?
Kinda.
More like
Okay.
watching a movie?
Not
Yeah,
really
that
like
works.
watching a movie, you feel what he feels.
Yeah, like
Watching a
Assassin's
really
Creed,
good
you felt
movie.
his feelings.
You are him, but you're also aware that you're also aware that you're an observer. That's it.
It's like VR.
Sort of, yeah. And you
experience, but you're
spend
still
you watch him for 35 years. You watch him join the military, work his way up, fight in multiple battles, gets wounded on multiple occasions. You feel his pain, his loss.
Oh no.
You all his emotions, his depression, his anxiety. You feel that, and then you watch him as he spirals to something worse, and he leaves the army and wanders for 5 years for deciding he wanted to join back. So eventually, through a long time of research, eventually comes here to try and find an ancient weapon that his empire could use to defeat old foes. And despite the warnings from Imperatus Chow and Imperatus Ordinus, he tries to force his way into the forbidden section, hearing that there's a extremely powerful grimoire known as the Grand Grimoire within it.
Ooh.
And he's killed and turned into a book. Roll intelligence.
That one.
Cool. Cool.
Oh no.
It's
Ooh,
a
give
positive score. That's good.
Give me a D10.
Oh boy.
I'm terrified.
Higher than my intelligence. It's a 3.
You have gained his flaw of alcoholism.
Woo!
You are now an alcoholic.
That's exciting.
Hell yeah.
And you are now level 15.
Oh, that's exciting. Oh. This is fun.
From
Wizard
Snack's point of
level.
view, you open the book, and Snack sees the pages flick through at high speeds as seemingly all the arcane words within the book light up and fly into Beauregard's eyes. Forcing
Yeah, I was gonna say, did he
themselves
just like
into-
suck the book?
Basically, this process goes on for maybe an hour.
I mean, hey, 2 free level ups in exchange for becoming an alcoholic.
I'll take
Uh,
that.
For like a couple minutes, I'm just gonna take long, or
It won't take long. Not long at all.
What do you get for going up 2 levels?
ASI and extra runes. No, where is
Or you could put them into levels of sorcerer. No, you could.
I
you
could
could put
go
them in-
rogue, and that's about it.
Yeah. I think it is it.
Unless, hold on, let me double check my stats. Because ASI to me, no, that would bring me up to 11.
Yeah, no, you don't have any stats that are any mental stats that go up high enough. Because like ranger needs wisdom.
I was thinking if I use the ASI
Uh,
to put 2 in, but that only brings intelligence to 11.
didn't you want to use the ASI on a feat?
Yeah, I know exactly what I'm taking. It's just, ooh, I could be a wizard. But I can't.
you could take the wizard feat.
Ooh,
Very true.
wizard feat.
Ashatari toes.
Ashatosies.
Oh.
Seriously, didn't like that for like.
How many? What's your split of barbarian fighter at this point?
8,
5 up 13.
7 barbarian fighter.
Huh.
Yeah. Can't believe the wizard ghost is patching me. This is so sad.
What do you want to do, Snack?
Well, I'm asking the Mr. Chowman how long the Beauregard is going to be book suck.
Depends on how long the man has lived. The longer he's lived, the larger the book is. Why? Do you want
What's
to try it?
the No. I've got to find ways to make myself stronger and potentially redeem myself in someone else's eyes.
Oh, as a relationship sort of thing? Because I have a book on a man who was desperately in love.
I could get like plus 12 athletics.
Unfortunately, not that kind of relationship. It's more between myself and my master.
Ooh,
Oh,
that kind of relationship.
I also have a book on a servant who was desperately in love.
Not in that sort of way. My master gives me power in return for me completing a
You're one
specific
of
task for
those
him.
kinds of spellcasters. The ones who try to skip the steps in exchange for power. I have
Not just
many,
that.
many books on them.
Well, not just that. I have my own power as well, which I have been working on.
Oh.
But sometimes it's just not enough. Honestly, if you had any like books or maps about magic items, that might help. A better blade would certainly be of use to me.
Hmm. Are you a smith?
Hmm. Not myself, but I know someone who's quite handy with magic items. But I think they're gonna be a while.
In that case, why don't you ask him for a magic item?
Hmm.
We just don't have enough time.
I feel like the time it would take would be too grand for the situation at hand. If there were a way to get something that was already made, then oh boy.
Then I'd recommend going to a store versus a library.
He does have a good
Well-
point.
That's why I asked for books or maps. Perhaps there's something that can lead me to the location of one of them.
An ancient tomb.
Do you have a flyer?
Hey, if only somebody had just read a book and lived through a lifetime of somebody who was looking for a powerful historical weapon.
If only, but it's unfortunate.
I ain't no book
still
user.
going through the process.
Sag.
You want treasure maps? How droll. If you
well-
want something powerful, take it from someone who already has it.
Well, that's the problem. I don't know anyone who'd have what I'm looking for.
I'm sure there's newspapers where you're from, or whatever other form, wherever you're from. I'm sure there's some way that famous people tell others about themselves. There was once a story about a famous warrior who came to a dead city to spread his fame. He went to every tavern to talk about his tales of how he slew the dragon or killed the mind flayer, using all not but one holy blade. And do you know what happened to him?
Died?
A
And
thief.
somebody
He
took
was
it.
slain.
A thief stabbed him in his sleep, slit his throat, and took the blade for himself. You could be that thief.
You killed a man, Snack?
That's kinda sounds dishonorable.
What is honor beyond power? You can decide what is honorable once everyone else is dead.
Well, that is an interesting take.
It is the
Yeah.
right take. It's the only take that's worth anything. Once you've lived as long as I have, you will see that honor means nothing when you're dead.
I've always said this.
Well, that is true. The mark you leave on the world and those who remember you even in death can persist for generations.
But it will ultimately be forgotten in the end.
Well, funny coincidence. If it's going to be forgotten, might as well put it in a book.
Yes, I'm going to store it in a library where no one will read it.
I don't know. I heard there's a story about a gentleman that broke into a library and got turned into a book. I hear it's actually on loan right now.
I'm sorry, say that again. I'm trying to process. What you... Is this a
I'm
threat?
referencing. I know I'm referencing the Beauregard that is currently reading someone's life story.
I'm trying to figure out if this is a threat or not.
It's not a threat. I'm just joking about the current
Broke
situation.
into a
of my friend
library,
over
is
there.
currently alone right now. It's like, are you threatening me?
Dispel
No.
him, Snack.
I don't have the spell magic prepared. But
If you want the experience of someone else, that I can provide. If you want a magical artifact that can, well, slay gods, then I'd recommend going on a long journey to an island far away.
slaying gods is it's not in my to-do. Well, actually,
Well,
I'm looking for something that can slay an avatar, but not the god itself.
Well, perhaps a weapon isn't what you need, but technique.
My friend did offer up a tome that apparently can increase someone's understanding of the world. If only there was something that could improve my charm like that, that might be good enough for now.
You want to become more appealing?
Hmm.
I'd recommend talking in front of a mirror.
Unfortunately, I don't think everyone will see it that way.
Well, you don't do it in front of them, of course.
But how can I improve if the only person I'm convincing is myself?
If you want a shortcut to power, then I can provide that to you for a price, of course.
Hmm. Well, a shortcut is nice. I feel like the experience of going through it yourself is also something that shouldn't be missed out on.
Bro, you just asked for a book that increases your stats. What do you mean the experience?
Yes, and it takes like fucking a week to read.
It takes like 2 days.
Like pure reading, and then you're fucking like conked out for the rest.
He's in a reading coma.
Can I come back for this one in like I don't know, half an hour?
Of course.
I want to browse a bit more.
In the background.
That I'm going to go take a couple steps away, and I'm actually gonna go see the man who I'm bothering.
Oh no. Okay, one sec.
Yeah, this guy's chill. He's. Okay, I can see why. Oh, now this is a nice map. I like the colors here.
I like the brown.
Are you guys also here, or is it just me?
It's just you.
I'm kind of here.
Jaeger's here though.
I'm kind of here. I'm in the back rooms.
I like the color. Hey, you hear
Bogart likes probably are
hello,
too.
you've come here for some advice?
He doesn't have a
that too.
name.
I wanted to apologize for the jokes at your expense.
Ugh.
The psychic screams can be heard all throughout the library.
I can still feel it. Vomiting in the bucket.
Is there like a psychological reason behind that, or what is? Are you an actual individual? Are you? Because I see that you look very similar to the other Paratus in the other chamber. Is it like a sort of a split personality deal?
He is not a split of me, more of an opposite of me. But we are both individuals.
And how did that come into being? Was there originally one Paratus that then sort of got, split apart?
We are products of the Grand Grimoire. Some would say it was the first grimoire created. Its name is Magia Artifacts. He wrote us
sort of
in
like,
hopes of further understanding the world of magic, specifically ancient magic. My magic deals in law and order, whereas Chow deals in chaos. For
I
example,
understand.
I can give an example of my magic in effect. The reason that whatever magic that you folk try to use in this place, the reason that disappears so quickly yet I can still cast, is because I put in a high level law spell on the library, which allows it that those who I choose can properly cast magic.
I see.
And
That does
those
make
who
sense.
break the law take suffering from a chaos magic. Namely being turned into a book, usually.
Yeah, one of my friends is having a read of one of those.
Oh, I hope it's a good thriller.
Apparently it was some warrior that tried to go into the restricted section.
You have no idea how little that runs it down.
Fair enough. I assume you've been here for quite a couple of years.
I've been here forever. Since the library's inception.
Do you know how much time has passed since then?
I believe it's been... Oh, I want to say 6,000 winters?
Oh, that's certainly a lot. My lifespan must be a drop in the bucket for you then.
I don't consider the lifespan of others. You are here now. You exist now. Therefore you have worth. Later you won't exist. And that is fine. Someone else will replace you. That is how life moves on.
That's
My-
that's an interesting way of thinking about it. The other Paratus also spoke about how things like honor have no meaning once you're no longer around.
Honor, right now, has meaning. You can change the lives of everyone around you by being a good person.
Indeed,
And that
that
is
what I
worth
said.
everything.
I told him indeed that the actions one takes while they are alive can influence those of others, and can be remembered for generations depending on how much of an impact they had.
Well, don't blame him for his... I guess... He understands what you're saying, he just doesn't care. So don't blame him too much for it, it's just how he was designed.
I understand. Also, while I'm not the most lawful creature myself, I understand that even too much chaos is, well, it's too much chaos can be a bit much sometimes.
And that is why we both run the library. We balance each other. Should one of us be taking out the library, then... Ooh. I'm sure the library's downfall wouldn't be too far away.
Well, but surely, wouldn't it make more sense to create a third guardian spirit, as it were? One that is all about neutrality?
What would be the point?
That way, if there would be
He would just be...
a dispute...
He would be able to do the same as both of us. And in a way, there is a third. Our creator. The Grand Grimoire.
Well, if there were a third one of you, surely that would be able to help settle disputes much more easily. As an odd number would mean that there is no side that has equal votes.
We try not to dispute it in the first place. It's better not
Fair enough.
to... It's better not to interrupt the Grand Grimoire in his studies than with something nonsensical like what book belongs to who and whatnot.
That does make sense. So, what sort of knowledge do you keep in your chambers? I assume this section is your personal collection, as it were.
This is my personal collection. I keep knowledge on the laws of different lands, the goings on, those who break the law, those who uphold the law, amendments, appendixes, that kind of things.
That sounds interesting.
In a way, I'm aware that your friend looks into curse marks. In a way, the curse seals are a type of law magic. You put on the law on a person that they cannot break your orders. And if they break their orders, then they receive punishment. That is how law magic works.
You break the law, you pay the price.
Exactly. and you can force a law onto other individuals as well. It's not easy, and in fact, I'm not even sure if there are many people in this time that can even use this magic. It's not even a magic that I created myself. It's from a long dead civilization that no longer exists.
Perhaps some ancient treasures are too powerful to be utilized by modern standards. Don't know what sort of chaos that could cause when brought up.
Well, from my research, ancient treasures are nice and all, but given enough time, they'll eventually all be surpassed by the rapid growth of now.
The strength of old times can only get you so far when progress is constantly being made.
Correct. For example, that ancient civilization I told you about, they create a long time ago. They created a new type of life form. These war men. What do they call it? Warforged. And they put them all in a single city. Now, if this was a few hundred years ago, these warforged creatures would be too powerful for us. But now we have people who can make their own warforged and even better. I believe I've read a book recently, a research article on something called a Manigan Man. Very interesting.
Shivers run down my spine. I will itch my my metal arm. Even though it can't physically itch. Yeah, there's certainly something. Strength in numbers and all that.
Indeed. So why are you really here? Why are you in this room in particular?
Well, apart from apologizing and having a nice chat, trying to find out a bit more about about this plane and its inhabitants and places of interest.
Places of interest? Well,
this is a place of interest.
I suppose, but anywhere can be interesting in the right circumstances. It depends on where your interests lie.
Very true. Nothing in this world is truly worthless. Someone will find a use for everything.
In some cases, trash is just trash. But
that is true. But at that point, you could probably turn it into something else or use it as fuel, maybe. I don't know. Well, I also came here to see what sort of advice you may give on getting stronger. As someone that's now told me he's definitely lived over 6,000 years on this plane, it's perhaps any sort of wisdom might be good. Although for my situation, any sort of advice might work.
Well, strength can come in different forms. Some are born with strength. Some work hard for strength. And some have strength thrust upon them. What kind of strength are you looking for?
Well, that's the difficult part. Because I have both strength that I've cultivated on my own, but I also have strength that is being given from someone else.
And how do you cultivate your strength?
Well, by working together with my allies, keeping them safe, and trying to make sure we all get out alive.
Then perhaps what you need to learn is how to improve your friends.
Hey.
As much as that would, as much as that's an interesting proposal, I'd rather everyone retain their sense of individuality rather than all being under one ruler.
Very well. Well, I can offer you books, and that's it. This is a library.
Yes, that does definitely make sense. The Paradise Chow in the other room offered scrolls and books in terms of getting stronger and gaining knowledge. I didn't really expect much more here. Not to say that's a bad thing, but it's hold power in their own right. I mean, you're a pure example of that. Although to call a Grand Grimoire just a book is disrespectful, at least.
In the end, he is a book. There's no shame in admitting that. Books have power. I myself am a book. I admit that.
Well, I think I'm gonna take a walk around, take the sights in, as it were.
You do that.
Appreciate the grandeur of this place a bit more.
As long as you don't break any rules, like don't break any books, don't steal any books, and you'll come out there unscathed.
I have no intentions on doing anything that would disrupt the balance of this place.
Wonderful. You can feel free to see yourself out.
Of course. If I have any more questions, I'll be sure to come by.
Okay. Alright. So after an hour, Beauregard recuperates himself with his now newfounded alcoholism.
Nice.
After
No.
another 4 hours, you guys all meet up, having done your respective research. I assume, let's just say you all meet up back in Fountain.
I'll throw our friends here now if you don't know.
He is?
Yeah, he's the call.
Yes.
He's muted.
Oh, okay. In that case, let's roll it back. What
Hi,
does-
I've just been listening, don't mind me.
Oh, Phone Avran is a man of quality.
Oh, this voice.
Well, just in case it's not super important, what does Ashatari want to do with his library?
I have no idea because I can't fucking read.
Fair enough. Then the rest of you guys, what do you want to do?
Okay, so what did everyone learn?
Alcohol good.
No.
He's apparently gone through a lot. I'd let this one slide.
Okay.
I've just been going around talking.
There's a really magic book behind the locked door.
No, don't.
Ikes, tell me you learned
Okay.
something useful.
Yeah, do not let him go through there.
What? Why? What? Okay, what actually happens? Like, I assume
Okay.
that they just know, and they probably just disintegrate us, right?
So much.
Basically, how do I put it? Apparently, Beauregard's lived another life now.
Do you like books?
What the?
So much that you want to become a book?
Ikes, tell me that you've learned something useful.
Oh wait, Beauregard would have had the experience of being turned into a book.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
definitely.
I just learned how
Heaven's door.
I just learned how to get rid of the mark on Bogart's neck.
That is at least something. Thank you.
So that's it.
So, It seems likely that the crow has the ability to resurrect himself. As you can imagine, this is an issue. Ash. Sorry, Thunderwave.
That's me. Can I help you?
This is
God,
not
I love-
Thunderwave, this is
Oh.
Thunderwave.
Phone Thunderwave. I'm so sorry.
I love him. I don't imagine you know any spells that can entrap souls, right?
Oh, there might be one or two. Seems a bit immoral to me, however.
Do you know what else is immoral? Letting the world get destroyed.
True. You make a very good point there. No, I'm sure I could find something, but I might have to go and ask Teeling.
Well, as it just so happens, I mean, there's a couple of those orb things flying around. We probably shouldn't just take them, though. I mean, that would be pretty fucking rude.
Okay, but counterpoint, what if we just did?
I'd really rather not try to steal from this place, as I'm sure that you are aware, our magic doesn't work here.
If you break the laws of this place, you get punished. That is the natural order of things here.
Oh, I see. Okay, never mind.
Yeah, no, like you can cast spells, but they just don't really work. Like, if it's a duration spell, it lasts for like a round. I imagine like teleportation and stuff wouldn't.
Yeah, just
It made
probably
detect
wouldn't do
magic
anything.
like a pain in the ass. So we're running on a non-magic here mostly. Okay. Let's think. How do we handle somebody that can resurrect themselves? It seems likely that you might not be able to do it infinitely. It probably takes an incredible amount of energy, but we don't want to just have to keep killing them over and over again and hoping that this is the last time, right?
Yeah.
Now, there is an alternative, but it's not a permanent solution.
What if we bring him here and make him break the law? He's
Um,
a book.
let's hope he's not more powerful than the law and order of this place in that case. However, there is one other thing. I will produce the black slate tablet, not the black steel tablet, the slate tablet.
Oh, very
Which I think
confusing.
I think I might have given to Ashatari, actually. Sorry, Thunderwave. If I haven't given it to Thunderwave, I'm doing it now.
Oh, not that I recall ever receiving, but maybe.
Yeah, I'm gonna pass that over to you. I don't know exactly how this thing works, but it looks like if you connect with it like you would any other magic item, you can use it to open a portal to the far realms. I'm pretty sure that's the same place that absolutely just destroyed the Sideman's soul. So you could try to trap him there, but if he's a high-ranking cleric, then I mean he could possibly just plane shift himself back. So it's not
Certainly worth a try.
it's still not a perfect solution. Did anybody ask if there's any way we could be allowed into the forbidden section? I don't intend to break in, that seems like a terrible idea, but if we could do something or whatever to gain access, then that might, might help.
It's only one way to find out.
I mean, we are in a library. We can just find the book and see what else can stop or entrap a soul.
Yeah, that's also true. I don't think we're going to find much about the Dominion here. It's a pretty modern innovation. Whilst I'm sure they have knowledge, I doubt that they'll have much pertaining to you-know-who. Although, we could find a book on beholders.
We could.
I'm sure there
We
must
don't
be...
need a book on beholders. I am quite the expert, as I'm sure you'll remember.
Yes, but I mean, we could try and find something like a bestiary or some kind of monster manual that might tell us a bit more about them. Catch me actually just finding the monster manual. Getting all the stats of every enemy.
Yeah, you're fine. Your own stats. Wait a minute.
Oh no.
Can you imagine reading your own real life stats and you're just like, oh, I've got a 7 in intelligence.
Aren't I a
Give
lucky
us a
boy?
moment.
You mean 9 charisma?
But wait,
What
no,
did
you
you
guys can
have?
do that anyway.
Yeah, we can, but we can't.
No, I mean you can.
No, I meant but we as players can't. Can
I
we?
want to see the
Can
Giphy
we?
stat.
Well, no, we already have our stat blocks. We've already seen.
I'm
our
not
fucking,
talking in
adventure
character.
cards.
I'm talking out of character.
Actually, no, I know my one. I know Avron's
Yeah,
one. I know Heather.
you have your guild ID cards where you had written up all those years ago that
I don't know.
numerically write out your stats.
No, we're talking about Giphy and Kieran and
Yes, we're
Miko.
talking-
Oh,
Character.
those. Well, you can do that anyway. Yeah. Take an
I know
IQ test.
3 people's because Kieran gave it to me.
Oh
Take an
yeah,
IQ test.
I did make stats for.
I'm a warlock.
Yeah,
well,
that
I
makes
do
sense,
have
man.
max charisma.
Ooh.
What class did I even
Well,
make you, Avram?
With a face and voice like that, yeah, you do.
True.
Ooh.
All right, so we could just go and ask them.
I suppose it wouldn't hurt.
All right, the worst thing they can say is like there's no conceivable.
Is turn this into a book.
For reference, Avran, the reason that this place was destroyed is because they started looking into the same thing that I want to look into.
Nice.
They tried to look into the whole like fall of the Dracocan, that type of era, like the Calamity, that sort of shit show, and that was the reason that this entire city got turned into a gorge.
Oh, okay. Yeah, let's leave.
As such, they have knowledge on it, but it's in the forbidden section.
I mean, I also don't want to get smited a second time.
Look,
I do. I didn't get to be there the first time.
understanding what happened so that we can stop it again is imperative to potentially stopping. Need I remind you that we aren't just dealing with Simeon Pearl and Solius, whatever the fuck his last name is.
Tilan.
They still have some other entity working alongside them, the dragon, that we know nothing about. It's entirely plausible that they could still succeed in summoning this fucking elder dragon. We need some kind of knowledge on how to stop it.
You've got a point.
And then there's also the fact that Rami's just gonna continue to fuck things around. Even if we do kill all of them, he'll find another way eventually. We really, really need access to that restricted section.
Well, if you can plead your case, maybe.
No, they don't. They
Maybe.
don't care, and I understand why they don't care. But, well, maybe we can appeal to their sensibilities. The amount
Maybe
of
if we talk to the big book itself.
the collective knowledge of the entirety of this planet being near destroyed would be catastrophic, right?
That would certainly not be ideal.
If we can't appeal to them by sense of saving lives, maybe we can appeal to them by sense of saving knowledge.
What if Ike sang them a nice song and charmed them over?
I don't think I can charm a book.
You could always try.
Well, not necessarily charm, but just, you know, be
Convince.
charming. Yeah.
Beauregard, roll history.
Oh, this
Ooh,
is exciting.
that's height.
One of my bad
Oh,
stats because it's not strength.
Actually, all right.
history is your strength.
You remember from the experience of Legionnaire Artus that when he was trying to access the Forbidden Zone, he tried to steal some kind of crystal from Chow and Ordinus.
That doesn't sound good. That doesn't sound good at all. What did the crystal look like?
It was sort of like a
Oh,
Crystal-shaped crystal.
I just got their names. Chow. It's like
Yeah.
one letter away from chaos and ordnance. Yeah. Oh.
Actually, if you put their names into a translator from Latin to English, they just
Oh, that's fun.
it tells
That's
you what they
fun.
mean.
That's really fun. That's cute. So, what does the other part of their name mean? Fucking, I wrote it down somewhere. Peritus.
Probably like I don't know.
What does Peritus mean, Nate?
Peritus?
Yeah.
Translate
What's
it.
the name?
It's all Latin.
I was just wondering, like, if you knew off the top of your head, so I didn't have to.
I do know off the top of my head.
Why do you always make me work for these things, Ree?
Because if you're good at something, never do it for free. Am
Experts.
I
It just
right?
means experts. I learned a thing today. What an educational campaign.
But did you really learn it if you will forget it the moment that, like, it passes?
Avran, shut up.
I
I
have to.
may sound a little weird because I'm currently underneath my bed.
I feel that. I wish I was under my
Why?
bed.
Who are you hiding from?
No, he's the monster that is hiding.
Anyway, the
I'm,
crystals
I'm
are.
hiding from my responsibilities under here.
So, do we want to go speak to Ordnance or Chow? Does it?
Well, the book boy tried to steal a crystal, so we can ask about that.
What book boy? What?
I read a book. I was a boy once.
Avran,
Yes,
just to
Beauregard
check,
literally read
is there
his
anything you
whole
want to
life story.
do? If there's anything you want to have done in the 5 hours before you come up with this plan?
I mean, I
Yes,
was reading the whole
Ashitar
time.
should go talk to see if he can get an orb.
Well,
And
even just like
I'll
asking if
help
you can
him
get some
with
spell
that.
scrolls to copy.
Hmm.
Ask for a scroll of wish.
I don't
Wait,
think
there's
they're
no-
likely to oblige.
If you're just copying it and not taking it, they might. I mean,
Plus, what's the worst they can do? Say no, we don't have it.
I should mention because you missed this, Avran. They think that we're like kind of chill because I gave them the Tome of Understanding.
The Tome of Understanding, which one is that?
That's the wisdom one that Syl had from ages ago that can't be used for like another 99 years.
Which
Oh,
they're
I
fine with
see.
because they
Right,
live
yes.
longer than that anyway, so.
Where's Syl's Ring of Three Wishes? We could probably use that right about now.
She never took it.
I know.
I don't trust that that would have worked in our favor anyway.
Hmm.
Yeah, me
For
neither.
anything important.
So you have 5
Uh,
hours to do stuff. You did come
I don't
here for a
suppose they've,
specific reason, and you might be aware that Beauregard has grown stronger after reading a book. So it's going to weigh those options towards you. Research, picking up an item, getting stronger by reading a specific book. What do you want to do?
Can
Oh
I
yeah,
make-
Avran, I'm level 15 by the way.
Wait, really?
Yes, Beauregard leveled up twice from reading a book about a military general. He lived. Yeah, reading the book does that a disservice. He lived the guy's entire 35-year life.
I'm now alcoholic.
Oh my god. Wait, would you be now alcoholic? That was Beauregard anyway. Nothing has changed.
Yeah,
No,
but
sure wasn't.
I'm
You're getting the
alcoholic.
flaw.
It's Giffy now.
No, they don't have any trees down here, do they?
I mean, we could try to read a couple of books.
They might. You want to go exploring?
No, gladly I would have gone exploring.
I mean,
Yo,
the
let's
library
go
is a forest in
Skyblock.
its own way, right?
Yep, just wondering if they have any trees in here.
Do you think
might
if we
have- they
cast
probably-
Mending
they
on
have a
book,
seed
we'll make
bank.
tree?
I think mending wouldn't work.
Ooh.
They don't.
Like,
They don't have trees, but they have a
regenerate.
seed bank.
Damn.
Huh.
Do they have just like some Minecraft bone meal so I can take a sapling and just go poof tree?
Ooh, sadly not. Are you trying to speak to with your guy?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
Try
I feel like I've done
cactus.
quite.
Try a cactus somewhere. That's the type of tree, right? Like a really big
But that
cactus.
means I don't think they've got cacti in here.
Transport
No,
via
like
plan.
outside the library, like later. Try cactus. That's
Yeah.
probably the closest tree you're gonna find.
Ow,
What if we just Thunderwave teleports us to another continent just so Snack can talk to a tree for a few hours?
So
Yeah, I don't see why
Thunderwave,
not. Let's go.
Anything you wanted to do in particular?
Ooh.
I mean-
ooh. Well, I mean, we did come here for something for Tilu, did we not? For a specific
Yes.
professor.
Yeah,
Yeah,
or...
we can ask about that as well, but if that the reason I haven't done that one yet is because I think that one might resort to stealing, and
I'd rather deal with everything else first.
yeah, that might be one of the last things we have to do. And I'd really rather not steal from it because this is a place of learning.
And
Those are
Yeah.
some very valid points. It'd probably be good to be able to come back here if we needed.
Yeah, to be honest, like we need to actually weigh how much a favor from Tilu, or like giving that thing to Tilu, like is worth compared to having access to this library.
Compared to me
true.
Like,
doing
Well,
both.
is
about
Tilu
what if
actually
we-
worth more than this place? Because I don't think so.
Well, okay, we can always go under the assumption that we could possibly make a deal to take it temporarily, and then when she's done with it, she puts it back.
That
Or-
doesn't sound like Tilu.
Or
That
if she
doesn't
doesn't
sound
put
like
it back
something you do
herself,
at a
she'll just,
library, borrowing a
she'll
book.
just give it.
But if Tilu doesn't give it back, then Tilu is the one that's breaking the law.
Well, but we're the one taking it out, so we could always be like, "Yo, when you're done with it, tell us, and we can go put it back," because it's library.
She's not gonna tell us.
Tilu could just pay the overdue fees. Like, let's be honest.
Yeah, but you need to give it back because it's a library.
There's a comic I read where there was this one dude, and he knew that he would get speeding fines if he went over the speed limit by a lot. But he didn't
went
care,
into some total
so
piece
he
of shit.
prepaid, the fines for the next 1,000 tickets and did whatever the fuck he wanted.
And this is why being rich doesn't work.
No, I thought that was. I thought the one you were going with was like someone was like, "Oh shit, there's police behind me because they think I'm speeding." So you ran. So you like drove into a mall, like parked, and what's it called? Just did it under the excuse of I was going to shit myself.
Oh, that's also works.
Yeah.
Hey, that's a pretty good idea, actually.
Yeah, the police are not going to care. The police would probably rather you shit in your car than you kill someone.
So, Ash,
But what if they arrest you and you shit in their car? Sorry, yeah.
What fun way have you thought about your thing?
Oof. Such a wealth of knowledge. Thunderwave would like to seek out spell scrolls.
And now, you could do that. Do you know what I think Thunderwave might actually prefer to do?
Look up how to be a dwarf.
Thunderwave might want to look up a spell that allows you to change your race.
I think it exists and it's 9th level.
Is it?
Yeah, true polymorph would do
True
it.
Polymorph actually wouldn't allow you to change your race. You can only turn into a stat block.
Although if that's really true.
No, that is rules as intended and rules as written. You can't just because otherwise you could just become like a 20th level orc barbarian, for example. Like you can't just do that.
I reckon if you're
NPCs
just
have
changing
stat
your
blocks.
race.
That's what a wish is for.
I suppose it's up to Nate in the end, but we're nowhere near that level anyway. So it
Well, I
doesn't
mean, we could be a lot closer to that level if you want to read a fucky book.
matter. Oh yes, are there any books about long dead wizards' lifetimes? That would be pretty neat.
It depends who you're asking. Do you want to ask Chaos or Order?
Well, order, of course.
Oh, but chaos is more
No.
fun.
Chaos is the one.
Alright. Order will present you with a book of an Archmage. What spell level? What spells can you cast at 15th level?
I think that gives you 8.
7th.
Yeah.
Wait, 15th, sorry, yeah, it's 8th.
Yeah, you
Yeah,
get
it's-
one
yeah.
8th level slot. I
He
believe.
was an
It's like
8th level
half-
spellcaster, which is considered extremely rare, or well, pretty rare. He was pretty amazing by a lot of people's standards. He came to the library to search for more. He was alive for 300 years. He was a dwarf. He was a dwarven
Ew,
wizard.
dwarves aren't wizards.
He left home at a young age of 60 because he thought his family was stupid and he could be better. He became the court wizard of a king at some far-off country, far away from his home. When the country fell, he fled. with using some kind of random teleport. He just teleported to a random place and started a new life. This
I
process.
bet he used plant teleportation like a mad lad.
This
Transport via plant.
process continued for the next 100 years until he eventually realized that he is tired of being scared and wants to be stronger. And based on his previous knowledge, he knew about his library, wanted to explore it, and he came here trying to take the Grand Grimoire, which, according to his research, was a grimoire written by Mystra herself. He wanted it for himself to finally become a 9th level wizard. When he came here, he was turned into a book. Roll intelligence at disadvantage.
Can someone roll that for me? It'll be a
No,
+4.
no.
I can
Do it.
No,
I
Make
can
him
do
do
it.
it on his phone.
I don't know how to do any of this on my phone. It's horrible.
You can do it. It's just a pain in the ass.
Well, minor mates.
I have to keep Discord open as well so I can mute because I,
Oh, shit,
I
did I
can't
roll-
mute
I-
any other way.
I didn't get the dice stuff on my phone on my screen. I didn't realize I rolled it like 100 times.
Yeah.
Yeah, you rolled a 7.
Yeah, 7. Okay, I will. Someone roll me a D78.
I will do it.
A D78? That's so incredibly
This is probably for what
specific.
flaw you're picking up.
No,
Oh, you
no.
got a
Okay.
D10.
Or trait, I guess.
You have a new flaw.
Oh.
Which is the flaw you've inherited from living the life of it as this dwarven wizard. It is, if there is a plan, I'll forget it. If I don't forget it, I'll ignore it.
Wait,
I'll be
but,
honest, I thought he was just gonna say alcoholism again.
but that's just Thunderwave already. Oh, but does that mean that
So,
he's
not a big
forgotten the
deal.
plan? Oh, does that mean he's forgotten the plan to let Sun Kai's soldiers into the palace?
Oh, maybe.
Oh shit.
Oh
Um,
no, his whole bloodline is
That's
cursed.
that's
Did
up to,
you
that's up
tell
to
the
you.
rest of us about that? I think you did.
I don't think he would have
That's
because it was all
really,
in private.
Oh shit.
That's really, really bad.
That's really up
Yeah.
to how you want to play the floor. I'll leave
Yeah.
it up to you.
That's a role
But
play
I
thing.
will put you up to level 15. You don't roll for your health, do you?
Nah.
Is this a
Okay.
thing that we're just committing to? I mean, I kind of uneasily look at Ike's and Snack.
Do
Okay,
I
you now-
suddenly come out of living 300 years as a dwarf knowing dwarvish?
Sure.
Oh yeah. Thunderwave
You
finally
now
can be
know
a dwarf.
Song of Victory. Oh, you can also add spells, can't you? I mean, what
Oh
spells
yeah,
do
you
you
get
get?
2 spells every time you level up.
Well, I don't know what to say to you all, but that book left me feeling incredibly strange.
That's great, isn't it?
Is this just a thing we're committing to? Because I will admit I have apprehensions about this.
Well, I'll let you prepare
Why?
the spells the next day. Anyway, so.
I feel like I've lived an entirely different lifetime, and my head is a bit foggy. What were we doing here again? I don't remember.
Thunderwave, we're here to stop the Extinction Coalition from summoning an Elder Dragon and destroying Source World.
Right, of course. I forgot about that one. Not very important, is it?
I mean, just what did that other life of yours entail?
Oh, you know, just bits and bobs. Nothing too exciting. I do kind of feel sleepy now, though. Like I got old.
Snack, Ikes, what do you guys think?
This place has been a source of self-reflection more than it has been with anything, you know, fucking physical, tangible.
Okay. I've added Dwarvish to your language, and the source is Live the Life of Archmage Gollin.
Poor Archmage Colin.
Yeah. Anyway, carry on, Snack. I'm sorry I interrupted you. I was just.
No,
in the
don't worry
zone.
about it. No, it's fine. If you need to tell, you're the DM. If you need to tell us something, then
I was
Yeah,
in the
do it.
zone. I'm sorry.
it's fine. Don't worry.
Continue, Miko.
Rather than something physical. That's what I was gonna say.
Thunderwave. Do you feel stronger?
I feel different, very different.
That's not what I asked.
Stronger. My arms are as thick as they were before.
Mentally stronger?
Well, that is to be seen. Maybe yes. Yeah,
Hit
I
Snack
think
for your
I
best
may have
shot. Oh, we'd have to go outside for that. Maybe not.
stolen a bit of that man's knowledge. I'm not sure how to best use it yet.
You get this as part of leveling up.
Song of Victory.
I know, extra damage on the smackaroonies.
That's really good, actually. Then again, oh man, at 15th level, I get to have 2 turrets at once.
Oh, gee, Billy, how come Mom lets you have 2 turrets?
Yeah. Oh, I also get more infusions and stuff. Difficult decisions.
I'm not
Ike's-
shit at Arcana now.
Ike's Snack.
Well, I do kind of want to become a little bit stronger.
Seeking shortcuts to power has never gone well for people historically.
But reading a workbook always made one smarter.
I wish Kimsa were here.
Yeah, I need to find out from Heather if he wants to take the
Yeah.
read a book deal later.
Yeah, because to be blunt, I'm probably not going to do it if Kimsa doesn't. I'm probably only going to do it if every other member of the party is.
Well, I don't think Snack's doing it. I gave him the option
not.
so many times.
I think if like Ike's and Kimsa didn't, Snack probably would as well though. Miko?
Oh, you think he's gonna cave
What?
into peer pressure? No,
Yes.
Snack is a paragon of virtue.
Miko?
Tell you what, I'll run off to
No,
the tea room and find
I've got
Heather.
my own. I've got my own stuff I want to do.
I don't. The main thing is I don't want to just be 2 levels behind the rest of the party because that just fucking sucks.
Better
Don't
get
worry.
reading.
I'm sure if you don't do it, there'll be plenty of chances for you to. catch up.
Nate hears you say that and he's like, no.
Yeah, and we've got like 10 sessions left.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah,
Probably half the reason we're getting this.
we
Yeah.
lost one session already before not being there.
Well, I assume that it's sessions we actually run and not. Just
No,
like,
you said
No,
you
you
wanted
wanted
to
it
do
done
yours,
sort of
so.
before the end of the
Well, yeah, I
year.
want to
for
be
it
done,
back.
but if I'm not done, I'll have to continue.
And
You
then we
have
have to have a
no choice.
I'm
full
not.
year
It's
of
not going to
it.
be a hard cut-off date where the finale is in session 13, and I'm like, oh damn, too bad, guys.
Wait, are we not having the final session on Christmas?
Oh, that's rough.
All right.
When is Christmas this year?
So Snack, you're not doing this either.
I feel like power gain through your own means is a bit more.
Snack, you're a warlock.
Yes, and I work for it. As I lean forward just slightly.
Christmas is a Saturday this year.
Let's go.
I mean, you worked for. We worked to get here as well. The knowledge would be your reward in the same way that experience would normally be.
Well, that is true. I need to go make.
Plus, the book is hard work. I'll tell you that.
Well, that is true. I've got someone I gotta talk to.
Alex, what do you think?
For note, Ike's and yours would have to be done after you finish your 5 hours of deep research.
I thought we were past that.
No, I went back to do Ashes.
Oh, right. Okay.
Well, yeah, but
I thought we'd all met back up at the fountain, though.
Yeah,
Yeah, you are back fountain.
Yeah.
But the one we just did for Ash is I'm just saying, like, if you're planning to do like things like break into the Forbidden Zone, you should consider all other things before
Yeah.
you
Point
try
of
that.
no return type deal.
Yeah.
There's a lot of things we should still do and research.
Keep in mind this is a library at a hotel, so just gonna throw that out there.
Yeah, we ain't resting here.
What would such power afford me?
You can finally start building two levels into cleric, right? Into that god you follow, remember him?
I don't have enough wisdom.
Damn.
Well, level up to get more wisdom.
Rude. I actually can't. I don't get another ASI until like.
Borrow back that wisdom book, put it in a hyperbolic time chamber, and get it back after a year.
Catch me just hopping in. No, when I put it in the hyperbolic time chamber, I can just go into the astral sea for 99 years.
Why the Astral Sea just go to the Feywild? Life's great there.
Yeah, but time basically like doesn't feel like it's passing in the astral sea. So.
Fair enough.
Wait, what about the bit with the Muromancer? We stick the book in there and it'll be done.
You gotta
Done
do
in
the
like a
cooking
day.
on the book, you know. Let me quickly check something on my D&D Beyond character sheet. Where I
Oh
actually
shit,
wrote
you're
down.
actually using the D&D Beyond character sheet?
I wrote some stuff down on that I didn't.
I do want to look for a Glamorbard book.
Oh, okay, well, you're gonna have to play that out in a bit. We're past the retcon section of the series.
Unless.
You have to roleplay.
This is a tough choice. Oh man.
Fraser and Miko still banned from roleplay.
No, Miko was unbanned because it was Giggles or something. He was Chuckles or something.
Yeah. Also, Avran, you only joined at like the tail end of me just having conversations with these guys. It's great.
I personally am banned though.
Oh, I better mute again. There's cars here.
What do you mean? You're under a bed?
Tell them I say hi.
No, I'm outside now. I'm at the plastic recycling.
Ah.
That was quick.
Yeah.
I think Jaeger probably would do it. I'm trying to be less power hungry, but this is a lot of power.
It's a power. Plus, we've already kind of done it, so you don't want to miss out.
Oh yes, peer pressure. Let's go.
I'm thinking about the Justicars, but this isn't really an evil thing to do, especially not if I use the power for good. In fact, if anything, I think it's my duty to do this and use the power for good. Yeah, I think it's necessary that I do it.
Anything to justify.
It's a legal requirement.
I mean, yeah, he even said this place is a place of law when he's in
Come on,
charge.
the only real options you have are: do you want one turret or two turrets?
Ike's, what do you think?
It's always better to have a little bit more. I mean, I have been trying to become stronger since I realized that I have something to protect now. Like, if it's laid out there for me, why not?
Yeah, but we've had so many other options to become stronger that we've turned down.
Yeah, but they were kind of evil.
You
Or
think
at
this
least-
is...
They haven't done anything evil yet. They just told us not to go into the forbidden section.
I'm trying
Yeah,
to...
they don't do evil things, they just turn people to books.
Yeah, but they have been warned.
Have they though?
Okay, here's my issue with it. You lose a part of yourself.
Wouldn't be the first time.
Do you want to lose even more? I don't. Living another person's life? I'm 4 years old. If I read 60 years of someone else's life, what part of me is even going to remain?
But just to quote you one time, what is this one life for all the others that we're gonna...
Fuck that! I want to have... Fuck that! I like this life! I would
Oh.
very much like this life not to end, actually. When the hell did I ever say that? I must have been drunk as fuck.
You
Fuck
were
that.
pretty drunk, yes.
Yeah, fuck that.
But we do have to save some people. And we do have to stop them from doing what they're doing.
Secrets kept and weapons wasted. Fine. If you're in, I'm in.
Should we go talk to Ordinus then?
I guess so.
Or do you want to
Wow,
go
I thought you guys said Chow was chill, and now all suddenly Ordinance is all over you.
Well, I'm lawful, so
I have met Chow before. He's a nice guy. Kind
I'm
of.
Yeah,
lawful,
also
that's
Charles
my
the
excuse.
chaotic one, who I think will probably offer you the stuff. I don't know if Ornus would. Ornus is the guy I like.
I
to
mean,
have
we
a
can
chat
ask
with.
him.
Yeah, fair.
I mean,
Also,
Ash
I
got
will
his
also,
from Ordinance.
yeah. Oh, it's also worth noting that we gain knowledge as to what kind of things are in the Forbidden Zone.
True.
Or it depends
could
on how far that one person went.
Yeah. What happened to the court mage? Like how
Oh,
far did he get?
He battled the books and lost, and was turned into a book.
Yeah, but like he battled the books is quite vague. Like, did anything specific happen?
Yes, he attacked Ordinance and then died.
How did he die? Did Ordnance just like snap his fingers? Was a spell cast? Power word kill?
It was magic, and it was kind of hard for the Archmage to use magic in his place.
Yeah, that's another point that we're going to need to consider.
I mean,
I'm
I'm
really
just
not sure I
against
want to-
doing any sort of any hostile activity
I
here.
kind of really like it here.
I kind of like it here as much as anything. Like, even ignoring like getting banned from this place, if we destroy one of these guys, then we're going to destroy this whole place. And I
Yeah.
really don't want to be the cunt that burnt down the Library of Alexandria.
It's Ash's job burning down any stuff.
Yeah.
I don't want to be associated with the cunt who does that.
I
Good thing
want to be
Ash
the one
isn't
who
here
kills
to
the
burn
cunt that
anything
did that.
down.
Yeah, good thing. Alright, Ike's, I'm in if you are.
Yep. Let's go. Going to Ordinus.
Going to Ordnance.
Oh, I actually need to change the map of this one.
Oh, hi, Snack.
I am here already.
Ooh, this place is a nicer color.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Yeah, I just wanted to say it in character too.
Let's go.
Appears.
Ba-da-ba-da.
Oh, hey, wave. That's the wrong name.
I see you've returned. I hope you're not here to. Oh, wait, it's coming. You know the
No,
word.
we're not. No,
Oh.
I'm not.
Good. That would be awful.
I don't know about the rest of them, but I think they've got clear intent as well.
I love
No,
some clear intent.
No perusing of any kind, and I daren't even mention. Ugh.
Ooh. I'll give control of Ash. Can you hear?
I sure can.
Who do you want to
Ash.
control your token?
Oh, I mean, anyone, I suppose. How do you get the chat out of the way on mobile? It's taking up 90% of the screen.
There should be a bit at the top, like 3 little lines.
Yeah,
that
it's like
hides
the
it.
3-line thingies.
Okay, I'll let
Should be the right.
Miko control Dwarf Atari.
Yep. Already on it.
Hey, Ordnus. Just a quick question. I'm
Of
curious.
course, I love questions. It's the whole point of libraries.
My friends here say that you're a book yourself.
Yeah. So?
Could we read you?
Oh, that's rather private, isn't it?
Is that a no?
What do you have to gain from reading me?
Well, I presume that you have the knowledge of almost every tome in these halls.
I wouldn't say that. I don't really. I may be a book, but I don't store the knowledge of all the other tomes inside myself. I'm just aware of it.
I was mostly just curious to if that was a thing that you would allow us to do. I don't actually think I would, even if you allowed us.
I
I
mean,
don't.
I'm a grimoire. I'm designed to be used, but I'd rather be used by those who are worthy.
I understand. I looked at Ike's like, you say it.
I say it.
You say it. I knocked, you talk.
Maybe we can talk again when you come back and one of you has broken through to the 9th level of magic. Then
Well,
we'll
that's
talk.
not going to happen anytime soon. Well,
It usually doesn't happen to anyone ever, so you know.
Now, what if I just go and read another book? There's got to be some more archmages out there that I can steal from.
No one who's surpassed the level of 8th stage magic has ever come here.
we know what you
tier
mean.
of magic.
8th level of magic.
Well, I'm not that kind of spellcaster, so it's not happening to me anytime soon.
And I'm just a jack of all trades. Don't think I'm ever gonna get anything high classed.
What levels do you have in Rogue?
I mean, in Rogue, I have 5.
Ah, yeah, you're never getting to 9th level magic.
Nope.
Hmm.
But I am interested. Arduous. Do you have any books about Bards of Glamour?
Of glamour, perhaps not, but I do have books on bards. A great number of bards have come here on trips, and a great few of them have broken the rules, and well, I'm sure you know what happens.
I heard so from Beauregard's deck, yes.
Excuse me, I have a question. Did the rules they break involve a sexual nature, being bards and all?
What?
Hey, that's rude.
Oh,
Yeah, that's
no.
a stereotype, Thunderwave.
It's
Was I
There's
who
just
fucked the
certain
book?
stories that I hear, you know.
it's more that they tried to steal. Well, one of them broke into a section from a very particular country and tried to steal a very famous piece of, well, infamous piece of erotica written by a prince there that we happen to have the first edition of. Tried to take it and steal it and write it off as his own. I think, or at least I believe that was his intention. So, in that way, you could say yes.
So,
Why, do you want
copyright.
his book?
Maybe not that one.
Oh, in that case, the strongest bard that came down here, he was with an adventuring party who was sent here by a powerful wizard to steal the Grand Grimoire, and their entire party was dealt with. So if you would like to read his life, then feel free. I can infuse his knowledge into you through the means of reading.
I think, yeah. If this is giving me some new inspiration for some new spells, then yeah. Why not?
Very well. I shall go find the book. He goes off for a sec and comes back with a... Like each... You notice that each book... Oh, probably you wouldn't notice. But, like, Ash never saw the book that Beauregard read. But Ike probably did. And looks different from a book that Beauregard read. And that this one's a little bit more fancy. A little more well kept, I guess. You know, has a different style to the borders.
Like it meets the person that was inside.
Yeah.
Alright.
Okay, you begin reading. His name was Child Gem.
Sure.
Charles Gem. Or I guess where he's from, Charles Gem. He was a bard. He wasn't good at it. At least not early on. He would often make up his songs, and people found out. So he figured if he wants to be a real bard, he has to go on a real adventurer and write real tales of adventure. So that's what he did. He joined an adventuring party, and they went and did some pretty amazing things. They got pretty famous locally, and until they decided to take up a commission from a powerful wizard who said, there is an ancient civilization which, from my research, holds a book created by the god of magic herself. I want that book. It'll make me so strong. Please go get it for me. So they came here. They asked about it. And they were told that it's behind the forbidden door. And one of the past members was did some research on the place. He was all about architecture. And he realized that to open the forbidden door, there were 2 keystones that were required. And the party did some thinking and figured, wherever better were they going to keep these 2 keystones than guarded by the 2 librarians? So they went to go fight Arduous, and Arduous defeated all of them, and turned each one into a book. The bard out of the 6th of them was the 2nd.
Ooh.
You may gain 2 levels in bard. And roll. Give me an intelligence check.
Am I next to Snack? No.
It's a check.
Check, not save.
20. You do not gain any of the bard's flaws.
Yay! I'm flawless.
That took you about an hour to read it.
Mm-hmm.
As for Ash, the dwarven archmage that lived for about 300 years, that took you about 3 hours. Of just...
Oh, is that all? That's peanuts. Ha, not a problem.
I'm just saying, like, for context, it's about an hour per 100 years.
That's not a bad trade-off.
I'm level 10 now, guys.
You're only level 10. Oh god, for you.
While Sykes is doing that, I'm gonna ask to do the same.
Oh, what kind of experience are you looking to digest?
I'm a magic weapons and other such things. Crafter and enchanter of sort, I suppose. Not really a wizard, more of an artificer. Yeah.
Not a lot of artificers of that nature come here, but
Well,
I
most
have
of them
one.
Okay. Who are they?
Oh. If I tell you, you might not want to read it.
Simeon Pearl? Is it Simeon Pearl? Oh my god.
Simeon got turned into a book. That would be that would be like my dream come true. Okay.
I think I have a feeling who this might be.
I have
It'll be your dad.
I have apprehensions as to what this could be, and there's no way my father is a 15th level artificer, so it's fine.
You don't know.
Are you sure you want to go through this?
I mean, the fact that you've said I might not want to do it, knowing who it is a little concerning. Fuck it. Why not?
Alright. He goes off and comes back with 6 tomes.
Oh Jesus.
All of
I
these
have a
tomes
feeling.
are part of this one person's life. He is a Dracakin known as Corellius.
I had a feeling it might tie into this. Okay. All right. Sure. Let's start reading.
Be
This is a
honest, I
long
thought
one,
it was
huh?
going to be Van House for a second.
Okay.
So-
This is gonna
Remember,
take
the people that these
you.
books are about don't exist anymore.
Yeah, but think about the dude's got like vaults of clones.
You know, yeah, but I assume, well, maybe. That's actually an interesting point. I wonder what would happen if you just
Reading
like.
this is gonna take you about 10 hours.
Yeah, I'm living 1,000 years. I'm 4. My personality is going to be is going to be shrapnel by the end of this.
Each book is a different lifetime he's had.
Oh.
The way Draco can work is that once their age reaches the end of their life, they regress back to a baby.
Huh.
And then slumber for about 200 or so years before doing it again. Before living their life again. So in his first life, you see, well, the first part of his life back in an amazing city created completely out of black steel. He grew up where these machines would take care of them.
Shit.
They did everything. They did all the work, all the travel. They lived in what we would think would be utopia, except they lived in constant fear. Because this was possibly the last city that they could live in, out of fear of leaving due to a great fire dragon, one of the elder dragons that was tormenting their race. When he was older, he was signed up for a soldier program where he was instilled with the DNA of one of the elder dragons, turning him from his original form into a Dracokin. Over the next 100 or so years, he spent trying to fight the elder dragons. Most of them died, and his only success was killing the Earth Elder Dragon.
Which one, sorry?
The Earth Elder Dragon.
Uh.
Afterwards, upon his return, he found that his city had been washed in a sea of flames, and that his old civilization, his old people were dead. He wasn't made privy to how the next few hundred years happened, but eventually the Elder Dragon left, and a new Elder Dragon, or one he'd never met before, a white one, was populating the world with life. Humans, dwarves, elves, all kinds of intelligent creatures, animals and plants, just trying to revitalize the entire world. And he was put in a position of he was given the job of helping to guide various versions of these creatures in different places. He eventually grew bored of it and returned to his Black Steel City, which later became known as Omega. He started fixing the machines there, along with a large group of the others, trying to bring back the life they once had. They didn't want to be servants, they wanted to have servants, but in their mistake, they accidentally created a being called the Great Mind, which linked all of the machines under a great hive mind, and pretty much kicked out the Dracokin forcefully. He spent the next long while just wandering around and thinking, well, if technology has failed me, perhaps magic would be the best way to go. So he went to a city called to the south of the world. I believe it was called Sanghola.
Oh shit, that's where we are now.
There he studies magic in this great library filled with lots of amazing people, wizards, just a lot of people who are learning the birth of true magic. And Mistra provided them with a gift of the Grand Grimoire to use it to study exactly what magic can do for them. But some of them got greedy. Really, really greedy. And wanted more power. And more. They wanted to reach the power that was beyond the 9th level. They wanted the power to shape the world, to become gods themselves. And because of that, the city was destroyed.
That's relatable.
He didn't die, but under the orders of Mistra, the Grand Grimoire turned him into a set of tomes to preserve his knowledge. Okay, roll an intelligence check.
Oh, I'm fucked.
But you will fail it no matter what, because it's too many years.
Yep. Yeah.
Okay, roll a d78. Roll 2d78.
Yeah, that seems fair. Ooh, that's a nat 1!
59 and a 1. Okay,
58 and a 1.
58 and a 1. Yeah. I overlook obvious solutions in favor of complicated ones.
I mean, yeah, I already do that.
And 1 is... I judge others harshly and myself more severely.
Oh, so nothing's changed, actually.
Sure. You're a lot more akin to this guy than you realise.
I mean, let's be real here. There was never going to be much doubt of that.
And this is something you get the feeling of from living all these lives. For what most would consider an eternity, is that throughout a lot of it, he had a severe case of loneliness. Of having lost what he once had, both to time, to dragons, to disasters. His life has just been filled with a constant state of loss. And eventually just lost all hope to ever live a life where he'll be truly whole. You're not sure if it's because he lived for so long that he felt this, or because of the experience he's had. But you feel that if he didn't live for so long, perhaps these feelings wouldn't have been so prevalent. Especially near the end of his life. But yeah, you can now go up 2 levels.
Woo! Yay! Fuck. That's depressing.
But hey, you got your wish. You
Woo.
lived. You managed to live a long life.
Yeah, no, I'm not sure I want that anymore.
Although half of that was
geez.
spent staring at him sleeping as a baby, so you know that was pretty.
Oh
cool.
god, I was cognizant during that point?
Yep, conscious the entire time.
Huh, wild. I kind of assumed that since you were like going through their life, you only knew about the things that they knew about.
Yeah, but you're also aware he's asleep, and it's all done. It's mostly all done in third person.
That would have been... Oh god. How does that work in terms of the actual book? Because like a third of the page is just, I'm asleep, I'm asleep, I'm asleep.
Well, you don't actually read the book, you experience the book, so...
Tragic.
It gets sucked in for your eye holes.
Yeah. But
Well,
as a result, you can now read, write, and speak Old One.
Hey, that's neat. I can now speak it.
And write it.
Does that mean
And write it,
you would
yeah,
have
that's right.
knowledge on perhaps how to use black steel tablets? Or is that not something he was privy to?
He wouldn't know how to make it.
I don't need to make
Like,
one.
this guy was basically just a soldier until he was trying to fix the Warforged. But he would know how they work. It's sort of like the same way that if you give a child a tablet, and teach them how to make it. They'll eventually figure it all out.
I have a rough idea of how it works. Get bold one. It's kind of wild that after 1,000 years I haven't learned Draconic. Fine. I would like to probably seize violently.
How long did it say it was going to go on
feeling
for? Like,
alright?
I think I said it was going on for like 10 hours, right?
Yeah. So everyone else,
Just
My
leaves
head's
you in the
been
corner.
reading for a long, long time.
yeah.
Oh no, he's in a reading coma. Everyone else, wait, by the time you come out of your snap out of your coma, everyone else is just like passed out in various places of the library.
So you're finally awake.
Nah.
So
I guess I'll.
finally awake, huh?
I'm just gonna be happy that I have friends and appreciate them more.
Are we just all getting bird hugs while we're asleep?
Not whilst you're asleep. I'll wait until you're awake. But yeah, if everyone else is already asleep, I'm just probably gonna pass out after that, and probably have some pretty horrifying dreams.
Alright.
The seal.
You all sleep, have a long rest.
Would it be possible to do this outside of the library because this isn't a hotel?
I mean, if you want to go outside, then you can go outside, but you can't come back, I don't think.
Yeah, once you
Oh,
leave,
shit,
I think
yeah,
you're not
no.
allowed to come back.
Damn, well then I guess we're loitering inside the library.
Wait. God. Wait,
What?
I think I can make.
Aww.
It's time.
Time.
Behold
Tune to
the
anything.
power of a fucking 19th Constitution Jaeger.
Slightly more health.
Oh my
What do you
god,
mean-
you
what
actually
do you
have
mean?
HP now.
What do you mean slightly more health? I'm gaining like 60 hit. In fact, I think I'm gaining like 80
Exactly
fucking hit
60.
points or something insane from this. And I think 60 is actually right. Like my hit points are basically doubling from this.
I mean, it'll be 15 times 4, won't it? So, yeah, 60.
Yeah.
Yes. Yep.
So a little bit of health then. Whoa.
That's still only one hit from the big nasty down in the tomb.
Ooh, you have more health. You have more health. Actually, Thunderwave hasn't leveled up yet, so.
Yeah. At 19 con, I probably do have more health than Thunderwave.
Yeah, I think you should, because don't artificers have
Yeah,
a
we have a
D8?
D8.
Yeah.
I should have a higher con and a higher hit dice.
Thunderwave has 107
Yeah.
right now. How much would Beauregard have?
133.
Yeah, I was wondering if you'd have more health than Beauregard.
That seems awfully low.
I've got 15 cards.
Beauregard, you need help.
He's not pure barbarian, remember, half his level's around fighter, which is only a D10.
Only
Ah,
a D10, the
only.
second highest.
Wait,
level.
hang on,
Only a
hang on,
D10.
wait. I might be able to make something ridiculous. Hang on, I need to check something.
I've also only got like 15 con or something.
Hey, hey Ash. How many attunement slots do you have open right now?
I think 2. I've only got the sword.
I'm debating internally if I want to use one of my infusion slots to make you bracers of defense.
Nah, it's probably wouldn't help.
It's plus 2 AC.
Yeah, but you know.
Yeah, but like think of your AC, Ashatari. Think when you're blade singing.
It would take me back to still underneath when I was an elf.
Oh, would it?
Oh yeah, I lost like 4 AC.
Wait, how? You lost? Did you lose
One from
dex?
Dex, one from Intelligence. I lost one from the Ring of Protection, and then
Oh,
I lost
that.
one from using armor instead of mage armor.
Oh, right.
So
Huh.
I lost 4. 4.
Oh yeah. I need to figure out what the fuck I want to make these. Ring of free action. What does that do? Is that just like
It
freedom
gives
of
you an
movement
extra
permanently?
action.
No, it doesn't. Shut up.
I know. Use an action. to get an
Wow.
action.
Ring of free action. Okay. Your speed can never be reduced. Difficult terrain doesn't cost extra movement. You can't get paralyzed or restrained. I just need to figure out what infusions I want to take. Some pretty good options at this level. Gem of Seeing.
So now it's just
Gets you-
everyone but Snack and potentially Kimsa.
Yeah.
Oh, we'll have to, I'll have to find out later from
Um,
Kimsa.
Nah. Oh, wait, maybe. Hang on. Hang on. No, there's no way.
What?
Oh my god. I actually do.
A homunculus? Really? At this stage of the game?
Better. Arcane Propulsion Arm.
Mhm.
Wondrous item, very rare. Requires attunement by a creature missing a hand or arm.
Oh,
Aw.
it's just the Metal Gear Solid 5 rocket arm.
It is. Yeah, it's a magic melee weapon that you're always proficient in. It deals a D8 force damage on a hit and has the thrown property. When thrown, it detaches and flies at the target of the attack, then immediately returns to you and reattaches.
Okay.
Like, also, a little disappointing that you can't like use it with a weapon in it, because if you could, then I actually probably would give that to Snack. But since it's
Give it
basically,
like a shiv.
but it's basically just worse than having you just like use your actual spells.
Rage to shank.
Like if you could like wield like a sword in it, or like you could put your sword hand in it and then like launch your sword at somebody, then it'd be pretty cool. Actually, how much
Yeah.
damage does your sword do?
D8 plus strength.
Actually, this does do the same damage as your sword.
But it does
Yeah.
force damage.
Yeah, which is better.
Does it have a modifier?
It's a melee weapon,
Oh.
so it would get your strength.
Would it also get strength on range, or would it have to be dex?
It would be strength because it's a thrown weapon.
Oh, okay.
What I'm hearing is cut off my arm. And I
Oh
get
no.
ranged options.
I mean, it does a D8. So it would technically be better than your longsword because since it's actually considered a melee. Oh my god! Hang on.
Are we doing range smites legally now?
No, I'm pretty sure that throwing is still a ranged attack with a melee weapon.
Just tie some string to it, Lamau.
How do you think it gets put back?
It's like a
just
tape
on a
measure,
rope.
just snaps back in.
It's just on a rope, and I have to just like crank it back.
So yeah, I actually do have something that would be very fitting for Snack. Do I have anything that I could do for Kimsa? Let me see. What are dimensional shackles? The fuck?
I think people can't TP or stuff like that with it.
You put them on an incapacitated creature. They adjust to fit this creature of small to large. They prevent them from using any method of extra dimensional movement, including teleportation or travel to another plane. Huh. Once every 30 days, you can make a DC 30 athletics check to break free. So this actually could, like, block up somebody. So, yeah, that could work, maybe, in theory. That would actually block some caster out pretty heavily. The thing is they need to be incapacitated.
Mm-hmm.
Incapacitated isn't that hard to do, actually.
Sleep.
Sleep, I mean, hold person.
Yeah, incapacitated is just can't take actions or reactions, isn't it?
Yeah.
Stunned?
Yeah. And it's just an action to put them on, and then it's just unable to move or anything similar.
Mm.
It also has the ability of regular manacles, which means that they are restrained.
Well, no, restraint does movement. Well, unless you put them on their toes.
No, it does. So restraints don't. Manacles don't actually give any conditions. Weirdly,
I assume I'd assume
Realistically,
probably
they
rolled as,
stop
like-
you from casting somatic spells. I'm wondering if that would
Yeah.
be worth like grabbing to see if we could try and slip them onto Dickhead. Boots of levitation, no. Boots of belt of hell giant strength isn't gonna do much. Boots of speed, braces of defense, cloak of the bat, dimensional shackles, horn of blasting. Horn of blasting.
Yeah.
Wait, what's ring of the ram?
Oh, you can summon a spectral ram to fucking attack people. We were offered it as one of the choices back in.
Yes, we were. Yeah.
I'm quickly gonna go pee while you decide on this.
I mean, you guys can go ahead. I'm just like,
I mean, I'm already done. I don't know if I made a smart choice, but it's a funny choice.
what did you do? I'm curious. Is that a secret?
That's secret for now.
Oh god, I'm scared.
You will see in battle what I chose.
Arcane propulsion armor. Increases your movement by 5 foot. Includes gauntlets, which.
Also, Atlas,
Yeah.
what kind of instrument was the bard using? Do I also get a proficiency in that?
A liar.
That's good.
I could turn Snack into Iron Man.
Okay, I
Of which
already
you
have that.
already have proficiency in a liar.
Yeah,
The only
yeah,
reason
yeah.
I chose it
Now
is
I'm
because I looked.
better.
I was on your page and I was like, oh, proficiency. Looked at your tools, a liar. There we go.
Don't look at me! Stop looking at me!
You can now play 26 more tunes on your lyre.
This wouldn't be the worst thing in the
If I
world.
even had a liar.
Would be nice.
Oh no, never mind. The homunculus would be fucking useless to me. Bracers of defense is probably best.
Trying to figure out what Ike's did.
Okay, do we want me to take dimensional shackles, and that gives us a way to actually like lock up, like fucking dickhead? Like, it would be great because I'd have to use an infusion slot on it, which would mean I'd be taking a hit to my AC. But I
What if
mean,
you put the shackles on yourself?
no. Would work super well on Simeon. Because he has that whole anti-magic eye, probably. But I mean, if we could put them on, if we could put them on, like if we could just incapacitate Crowboy for 1 round. Well, it would stop him from casting spells. It would stop him from, which would, like, I mean, and it would stop him from teleporting. But
Just feeble-minded
Actually, Karen, I have an idea.
shoot.
We need a hellfire weapon.
I
I know where we had one of those.
I know somebody who has one of those. It's reserved for very special enemies.
Or people who helped us for quite a while, and then we decided, yoink.
He was evil.
Yoink.
He had to die.
Well, evil is a strong
He
word.
was evil.
Who are you? What's your point?
I'm not evil. I'm lawful neutral. I swear.
Hmm.
I'm trying, guys. I'm almost definitely not even going to use whatever like option. Actually, you know, what I could just take that could be really useful.
What?
Bag of holding.
That would be
Yeah, possibly, but I mean, we got a spawn of hold. No,
Well,
it got
no, we don't.
destroyed.
Yeah. Well, the reason I'm thinking bag of holding is that it means that given like just like a couple of days, I could just create a portal to the astral plane.
Another
I could
one?
make like a lot of bags of holding, and then we could weaponize that. It's not something I would want to actually do, like to destroy enemies, because I mean they're gonna come back eventually.
Just
But,
use plane shift, lol.
But could be useful down the line. Do I ever get any more infusions? I do at 18th level. Oh yeah, because we've passed 14th level, I can also now attune to the gobslaying weapons.
If you can find them.
In theory, if we ever found any of them, I can now I can attune to basically anything now, regardless of requirements. That's pretty hype. Yeah, I'm just gonna take the amulet and I don't know. Zorian Wenge. Any of this? Wait! Staff of Bird Calls.
Oh,
Staff of Bird Calls.
What does that do?
Whilst
Calls
holding it, you can use
birds.
action to expend a charge to cause it to create one of the following sounds out to a range of 60 foot. A finch's chirp, a raven's caw, a duck's quack, a chicken's cluck, a goose's honk, a loon's call, a turkey's gobble, a seagull's cry, an owl's hoot, or an eagle's shriek.
So it's just like Minor Illusion, but worse?
It's Minor
Here's the-
Illusion, but free.
Here's the problem with Minor Illusion.
Right.
It has a material, verbal, and somatic component.
Yeah.
This you could do without making noise yourself, so you could do it from stealth.
Whoa, what's that
Drive
bird?
someone mad by making turkey gobbles go off all around them.
I mean, I'd be terrified. Or if just shrieking eagles above them. Yeah, I'm not taking the Staff of Bird Calls.
But
I think you
clearly
should.
It's clearly such a useful weapon.
Well, yeah, there's some actually useful things in the level 10 tier. Eyes of the Eagle's pretty good. Quiver of Ilona, I think that just makes like all of your shots into like +1 arrows or something. We don't have any archers.
Oh,
Ring of
snack.
Nature.
They're not snack.
Poor Snack, gone before his time.
Oh, poor Ashitari's
Giggles.
sister.
Giggles? What about Giggles?
She's doing fine. She's still there.
Yeah, but she's not with you guys, therefore doesn't get this bow.
Harriet? Requires achievement. It's not that choose. I don't know. Like, keep going. I've got a lot of options to look over here, so I'm gonna be here a while. What the fuck is a mystery key?
It's a mystery
It has
key.
a 5% chance of unlocking any lock it gets put into. But once it does, it fails, and if it fails to open the lock, it can't be used on that lock again.
Alright, what do you guys want to do? You've spent the night. Because you didn't have a choice.
Kind of passed out.
One of your friends was stuck in a reading coma. Happens.
That happens.
What do the rest of you guys want to do?
Well, we gotta.
Still need one of those professor orbs for
Well-
Tilu, but that really comes last.
Exactly.
We could read some books about soul imprisonment or some other way to kill someone unkillable.
That terrible, terrible spell, the necromancy one with the jar.
Watch out.
Oh! 2 level ups. That means I get to take 4 spells. I could take the jar one. Of course, anything that gets cast is just gonna get resisted anyway. Bunch of legendary resistance cheaters.
Just make him burn his resistance is easy.
Would that it were so simple.
Well, you know.
Look at that.
So, you guys got
Alright,
any
go ask him at the
ideas?
professor. What did he
Oh,
say?
Cloak of the Bat's kind of cool, actually.
Does it turn you into a bat, man?
Yeah, you can turn into a bat.
Man?
What?
If they have any kind of book here or just scroll, do you think they have a layout of the castle of the crow?
Doubt. Probably not, but it's worth asking. You want to go ask?
I can't remember the name of the castle. I don't think we ever found that out. Or did you ever find it?
I believe it was the Barondom of Talan, so I assume Castle
Yeah,
Talan.
we do have it marked on the map. Okay, I'm going to take the dimensional shackles, and if we do actually just in case we actually do decide to go through with that plan, having the ability to just completely block teleportation magic is very useful. Though I imagine he can just turn into a bunch of crows without using components and do it that way.
The crows fill his wounds.
Yeah, but we don't know if he can just turn into crows, like just disperse his body or not.
Fair.
Oh my god, like gaseous form, the best spell in the game.
That's kind of what I was thinking. The only problem with that one is that one does have a material component, so you wouldn't be able, or a somatic component, so you wouldn't be able to cast it. I think it does. Let me check. Actually, maybe it doesn't. Maybe gaseous form is actually the solution. Nope, it has a somatic and material component.
Oh no.
It has a material component of a wisp of smoke. How the fuck does that work?
Yeah, you just
It
pull it
means
out
you
your
gotta use a
component
focus.
pouch.
Well, that's dumb.
I think it'd be hilarious if there was a spell that just says you must use a focus.
Oh my god, I forgot.
There's some which are like religious symbols worth a certain amount of gold.
Oh yeah.
Hey, I also forgot about
scrying.
the other thing that my cannons can do now.
The shield?
Yeah, the shield. Half cover if you're within 10 foot of
Ugh.
them. Because it just makes a force field that gives +2 AC, basically.
Does its explosion damage increase as well?
No.
Oh, that's so sad.
The explosion damage is terrible. I don't know why you would ever do it unless you actually needed like specifically an explosion. Like I guess if you were trying to destroy something that was fireproof and force-proof, maybe then you would explode it. In fact, no, because I think the explosion's fire damage anyway. Dumb. It's fucking dumb. That's what it is. Terrible.
It feels bad. That's what you deserve for not playing a wizard, as everyone should. Ideal party composition is 6 wizards.
I want to say he's wrong, but
But I'm not. Until we get put in an anti-magic field, and then we're all useless.
Well, I mean, this place. It's not quite anti-magic, but it's close. I can fight in an anti-magic field. Just give me a dagger, I'll be great.
Ooh, there's a spell I should take.
just a dagger. The spell is use a fucking sword.
Stab.
Oh,
I
like
would
a
like to
spear.
cast stab.
Alright, let's, Oh man, I get cannons. Oh wait, I have 2 spell slots to make cannons now, though.
Always has been.
Yeah, but you get 1 for free. I don't think that I can, make both for free.
Fair.
If I like
Can
it,
they be the same, or do they need to be 2 different?
it can be the same.
Yo,
Yeah.
you could just have like 2 AoEs of pop.
Why would I do that?
2 heals. Easy.
Temp HP doesn't stack.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
but if one gives 8, the other gives 13, well, I know which one
I
I'm
think it's
taking.
probably better if I make 1 for heals and 1 for offensiveness.
So we are in a
Do they both trigger on the same bonus action?
Yes.
Fair.
What are you
You can
saying,
trigger-
Ikes?
So we are in a library.
Yeah, you are in the library. Still, haven't woken up.
Apparently not, no.
Huh. Alright, so, be cool.
What do you guys want to do here?
Well, we need to get the Professor Orb, and also I just wanted to go ask about something.
Yeah, is there anything else we want to read about whilst we're here? We have access to a lot of knowledge.
Well, now that I know how to make it better and how to get rid of it, I kind of want to know how to make this place.
That's involved.
So,
That's
down the
included
dark
in how to.
road.
That's included in how to make it better.
Oh, okay.
Oh, great! So Ike's into that now. That's cool.
You're
Um,
making
so
everything safe.
here's a concern:
What?
a party of level 15s, a party of 6 level 15s has been proven to not be able to take one of these guys down.
Which is why I never said we should try and take any of them down.
But we really do need access to the restricted section
Why?
because it's probably the only thing that can realistically tell us about, like, you know, what actually happened. I mean, the alternative is that we need to try and get a hold of a copy of the truth, but I'm not sure the Van Houses are just going to hand that one over to us.
What if there's a copy of it here?
Yeah, I was gonna
Yeah,
say.
in the restricted section.
Oh,
We don't know.
You're right. So that's what you were looking for the entire time.
I mean, not that specifically, but I'm assuming that that houses the same knowledge.
Probably holds similar knowledge.
So how are you guys gonna do to get what you want?
That is the question.
Ask nicely.
I think it'd be nice to be a book for a future party.
You're gonna be a book for the wizard.
I think we could just ask them.
You can always try to ask them.
Yeah, I see no harm in asking them, to be blunt.
Brings me back when we just started this entire season. When we started our adventure and we got imprisoned for something like that, I think.
Alright, I guess we go talk to them. Who do we want to speak to?
Maybe Chow.
Yeah,
I think chaos is more fun.
I was thinking Chow as well.
Mm.
So we sleep in all of us rooms and just go over to Chow. Because why not?
Ah, you're back. You had a nice slumber, I suppose. You've been here for a while. I must note this place isn't a hotel, but I don't really care. It's not really a rule to not. There's not really a rule against sleeping here, and honestly, sleeping after a long day of learning, isn't that the true spirit of a library?
Falling asleep while reading is
Mm.
you bliss.
So why have you come to me? You were in Ordinus's room, so it's clearly something that's, well, he might not approve of.
Yeah, we had a feeling that you might be more interested. I mean, I'm just gonna come out with it. We don't intend to break any rules if we can avoid it, but we want access to the restricted section.
That's a fat no.
Even for you, huh?
Even I want to continue existing.
I mean, as another question, do you have a copy of a certain book called The Truth, maybe? Or is that also in the restricted section?
There's lots of books called The Truth. Whose truth are you looking for?
Romulus's truth.
Oh, his truth. Yeah, that's in a restricted zone.
Yeah, I had a fucking feeling it would be.
Was worth asking.
It's very restricted. It's crazy restricted.
I kinda expected as much.
A lot of people don't like that book.
I can understand why. Unfortunately, it kinda tells some stuff that I would really like to know.
Before we continue the song and dance, what does Jaeger actually know from living the life of, 1,000-old lizard.
Well, here's the thing. I think he died before the calamity.
He died afterwards.
Oh, he died
Yeah.
out, so he lived through the calamity then.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he saw the fucking Omega getting melted to the ground.
Oh no, he
And
didn't.
then
He wasn't
tur-
there for it.
He wasn't
No,
there
he
for
would-
it. He
yeah.
went there and then came back and it was already done.
But like we
Yeah.
missed the
But
important
he
parts,
rebuilt
which is
it.
how it was stopped and how it was started.
Well, we do know that he was part of the group of people that were given the Great Grimoire. So,
Yeah.
he worked with it.
Well,
so
actually,
perhaps
is the
there's some
grimoire
old-
itself like?
The first
I
book
wrote it on my
created.
notes.
It was the first grimoire ever created as a gift from Mistra to beings of intelligence on Source World. The Sword is thought of as the first book of magic.
Any knowledge on what it actually contains, or is it just magic?
The guy that you were watching
Didn't read it.
Didn't
Yeah,
read
he
it.
was a soldier. He was a soldier, not a. Well, he was some level of artificer, but I mean,
But
not really
it's
a
entirely possible
wizard.
that it contains a record of all 9th level spells created.
Yeah, it is the epitome of magic. Okay, cool.
And
There's a
any
point.
wizard,
Actually.
any wizard that is worthy enough to use it will, by wielding it, will become the strongest wizard currently alive.
Rivaling a god.
There's a point. Actually, according to my notes, my boy here was able to actually do one thing that I missed, that I forgot to ask more information on.
Oh,
He killed an elder dragon.
yeah, he did
How did he do that?
very difficultly.
I mean, most of the people that were with him died, but like, did they just kill it the same way you would kill a regular dragon? Did they just beat it to death?
The elder dragon of Earth that he killed was the size of a mountain.
Pretty big.
In fact, I can give you more information on it if I show you a map.
Okay.
A map from my first
I
campaign.
remember.
Oh no.
Some stuff about this, I think.
It's where my first campaign started. See, PNGs, country maps. Ah, there it is. Rafa.
Rafa, how do you know that name?
So I put in pics and vids. So that mountain there is his body. And they killed it pretty much by being a virus. They entered inside of it and fucked shit up until he eventually died. And of course, being a virus, he had his own antibodies. So most of them died because they were crushed to death within inside him, but he eventually died.
Well, that's one way to do it.
But
If they
it's
do
as a
succeed.
note, not all of them are as big as he was.
Yeah. But it does seem like they can be killed by traditional-ish means then. That's something. Fuck. There's absolutely no way that we could convince you to get into the restricted section.
No.
There is like literally no possible explanation.
Well, there's one way.
Shoot.
Two ways, I guess. You
I mean,
either you either defeat both me and Ordinus and open the restricted zone yourself, or one of you becomes worthy enough to wield one of us as a grimoire, and then we'll let you in.
Hey, Thunderwave.
Yes, that's me.
If he can cast if he can cast 9th tier magic, then he would be worthy enough. But it's clear he can't.
Soon, Thunderwave.
Just got a bit of training to do, that's all. Maybe read a few books.
So, you need to master 9th level magic before we could get in here legitimately. I'd rather not destroy this entire place by killing its guardians. I think that would be pretty uncool.
Yeah, it's huge raining over monkeys.
Oh god, they'd be everywhere. How many of them is there?
What about flying monkeys sitting on the wall?
There are a few thousand going off in different areas of the world and
Oh,
different planes.
That'd be a nightmare. Trust me, I have seen what happens when you have too many monkeys left untamed. I have run that campaign.
No.
Monkey.
Not the mad
Sounds like
monkeys.
something a fireball could fix.
No, it couldn't. There was too many monkeys. Alright.
There's never too many monkeys.
Hmm. Well, I guess we don't have a choice. It's just like the last place. We need to get stronger.
Yep.
How do we get stronger at this point?
I'd say come back when you're worthy, but once you leave here, you can't come back. So,
Why can't you come back?
it's the law.
And if we broke the law and came back anyway, then
You
really
turn
have
into a
to-
book.
Yeah. Hmm.
Ooh,
wait.
what? You know what? Actually, try that. I'm curious to see what would happen what kind of book would create based on two people's lifetimes.
I guess there's only one way to find out. But I don't
Book
really intend on
recursion.
that.
They read the book of you reading the book.
So
Yes.
there is a weird point, I guess. How do I word this? Oh fuck. Is attacking you guys not against the law?
Technically, no, but
Huh.
it's stupid.
Oh yeah, it's definitely stupid, but it's just interesting to me that there's no law against that, because otherwise you would turn into a book.
True, but we could just. There's no law against attacking us.
There's
don't
also no
need
law
it.
against you guys killing us, so you know.
Yeah, we don't need a law against you attacking us because no one has ever come here has been strong enough to defeat us.
Yeah,
I mean, Ordinance can stop time momentarily. I mean, that's crazy. Who could beat that?
Oh yeah, there's a point. So stealing from here turns you into a book, yeah.
If you're caught, yeah.
Only if you're caught?
I mean, of course, we're gonna catch you. This is our domain.
Yeah,
But,
yeah.
If you can find a way to take a book, then get out before we can get to you, then once you've left the library, you're free to go.
That almost sounds like a challenge.
I mean, it'd be like a game of cat and mouse, right?
I'm mostly just debating you so I can see what happens when I turn a man who's read one of the books into a book.
Yeah, like, do you think it would contain like all of the knowledge? I mean, my lifespan's pretty short. A book about my lifespan, like a couple hundred pages max, but I just read 6 tomes about somebody else's.
Ooh, yes. It would either be a child-sized book or it would be
An encyclopedia.
6.5 tomes.
Yeah, like ridiculous, right? Huh. I would be
Doesn't
really
need two
curious about that
type of
myself
books.
if it wasn't for the whole fact that I would have to turn into a book. Not really on my to-do list.
Ooh, what if you turn to a brochure instead?
I like to think I'd at least be more than a pamphlet. Snack,
Yeah.
what do you think?
I don't think you should try it. I think you should focus
Oh
on
no,
the
God
narrative.
no, God no! I'm not that. Jesus.
I
mean-
think if there's something we want, it should, we should ask directly.
Yeah, this is a library. We not allowed to take books out since we can't return them?
It's complicated.
Yeah.
Also,
Get it?
I can probably comprehend it.
This is a library, so when you're borrowing books, you're usually borrowing it in here. However, some books are condensed into different forms and given life. An orb, if you will. Those things are mostly autonomous and can move themselves, so if they desire, they can come back here themselves, as long as they're able to, that is. So borrowing one of these orbs isn't against the rules, as they can be returned. Borrowing a book, however, is against the rules, as it cannot be returned and therefore is stealing.
Right, that's fortunate because we're actually looking for an orb.
Oh? On what?
However, that's also unfortunate because you said that once we left, we couldn't come back. So how are we supposed to return it?
It can return itself.
He literally just said it returns itself.
Oopsie, my bad.
That's okay.
Okay. Huh. But you say that it would have to do it of its own free will.
Yes.
So these things are cognizant. They're sentient.
They are sentient, yes.
So how come they can return?
Because they were made here.
So if a child was, say, born in this library...
Then theoretically, it could come and go as it pleased.
Okay, Beauregard, X, I've got a plan.
I'm gonna stay here for 9
Why
months.
those two? You're a female as well.
I lay eggs.
And?
I don't think that's really compatible.
I don't think I have to be a female all the time.
Ike
Oh,
suddenly grows a penis.
I mean, yeah, I assume that changelings could if they really, really wanted to.
Changelings don't have a gender. They make one up.
Okay, so that plan obviously not an option. We don't have 9 months right now to deal with, unfortunately.
I just think the whole breed a new party member idea is never a good plan.
Not really. We might breed a new character for the next campaign.
make the perfect character, 18 in every stat.
It's like a
18
IV.
intelligence, nothing
It's
else.
like fucking IV training.
Exactly, we take Ash's intelligence, X's charisma, my strength, Kimps's wisdom, Jaeger's con, and Snack's
Jaeger has a higher intelligence. Than,
Yeah, you would want my
President
intelligence and Ash's dex.
Unless I get turned back into an elf.
Yeah.
Miko, what's your con like?
3.
3 con.
Without magic items.
Recon.
Ooh.
Okay, this is not a conversation that we need to be having.
Like I said, the party member breeding plan is not ever something you should consider.
So, I mean, do we want to try to find these guys? To be blunt, I'm against the idea. Even if we succeed, I wouldn't want to destroy such a fountain of knowledge.
Why are we talking about fighting them? We literally were told the orb can bring itself back.
Yeah, but we kind of want the book.
Yeah, but I would like to have access to the restricted section.
I think we have to accept that it's just not going to happen.
I mean, I guess there's another way I could try to get that knowledge.
Oh, I know what you're going to think. I think I know.
Do you?
I don't know, probably not.
I'm curious to what you think I think.
The time fucky spell again?
No, but that is a really good idea.
Why, thank you.
Oh, but that would require that in your memory time fucky spell that you would win against these guys.
Or get another way in there.
But that's also kind of cheating because you can always come back with the time fucking spell and just read another book.
Yeah, that is an option, provided that I could find like. I mean, we have a lot of gems. Like, in theory, if necessary, I could spam this a few times to get access to some of the other stuff in here. Okay, so that makes me feel a little bit less bad about leaving. Like, we could get access to a lot of the more regular things, but not necessarily the restricted section. just yet. Huh. Okay. There's a really weird potential. There's actually okay. That's actually an interesting question. Hey, Nate, if I was to go back to a scene where we were lower levels,
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I obviously the rest of them would, but would I still be like a lower level?
You would be a lower level at that point in time.
Yeah. So like, if I was to go back to say like a really old point in the campaign, like say the first Mindbender fight, like if I went all the way back to that point,
Mm-hmm.
for some reason, would I just become like level 7 again?
Yep.
For that scene. Okay. Interesting, because that would mean like my int would decrease, and it's just weird to think that I wouldn't have like my current my current mental stats. But no, that makes sense. I mean, I wouldn't have the ability to make more turns. Okay, I was just thinking, in theory, I don't think I can ever become worthy because I'm never going to be able to cast 9th level spells. But like, in theory, if I could have retained that knowledge ring going back, I could have gained access later down the line. But I guess we're just not getting access to this restricted section, which is very sad.
Not without a fight.
Not without a fight that the rest of the party don't seem to want to pick,
Yep.
Because it would be dumb.
because it would be dumb. If it wasn't for the magic inhibiting, then I mean maybe. Well,
The magic inhibition would work on that ability.
Magic
good
inhibiting doesn't work on them
yeah.
because of the law that it doesn't work on them.
And anyone they designate, you know.
Yeah. You convince them to allow you to use magic, and then kill them with it.
Hey, okay. Actually, this is probably more a question for Ordinus than you. There's one other thing I need to ask him. Okay. Right, so let's not break into the restricted section. So, in theory, you said that we could, like, totally steal something and then just, like, get out of here. Like, if we could escape before you cut us.
Correct.
Would the same rule apply to entering the restricted section? Or is it a law that you can't enter the restricted section?
If you found a way to enter a restricted section when you weren't supposed to, and we couldn't stop you, then you could enter it. Though, as much as I would love to see that happen, I should warn you that the Grand Grimoire's in there, and he will absolutely kill you.
Promise?
That's a promise.
Tempting.
Does anybody else have any questions here for Chow? Because I have a couple of questions for Ordinus.
I have a question for Chow.
Shoot.
Let's say, just hypothetically, if we wanted to infiltrate someone else's house without them knowing them, does this library have like an architect layout of a specific place?
Oh, yeah, there's a point. You take the original copies of things. Would that even include mundane things like blueprints?
Occasionally, yes.
If it was, say, a grand castle?
Occasionally, correct.
That's... Well done, Ikes. I will give Ikes a head pat.
The only problem
It
is
depends on whether or not the monkeys get caught.
I think there's a pretty good chance they would have gotten caught if they tried to infiltrate that place. But if they didn't, maybe we could learn something from it.
Yep. Do you
It's
guys
where-
remember the name of the castle? I don't.
It's just called, like, Castle Talan or something, or Castle Solmestria, whatever the fuck it's called. I can't remember that guy's name. Don't know why.
Sodus. It was just called Castle Talan, or Chateau Talan, or whatever. Both means Castle Talan.
Okay, that's actually worth looking into. I mean, there's no harm in checking.
No.
Good job.
It could be helpful.
Anyone else have any questions?
I can't think of anything right now.
That's because you're bad for roleplay.
Exactly.
Just got a quick question for Ordinus.
Alright. I shall send you back to the room of order.
Wait, I need to know if he has it or not.
I mean, we can check afterwards. Hey, you understand time magic, right?
As much as any other 9th level spell.
Okay, so say hypothetically, if like in the future I was to use time travel to travel back in time to a point where I hadn't entered this place, or say I was to travel back to a time where I am here now, would that count as re-entering and thus being turned into a book? It would be the
If
second
you
time that my consciousness
if you
entered,
physically return back here, well,
but not mentally. But what if I mentally returned back here?
I guess that would be between you and the God of Time.
Oh, he's not a big fan of me right now. Still worth considering. Thank you.
Is that it?
Yeah, I just wanted to get a very clear. What exactly is the laws on entering the? If we wanted to get around the, the place, the forbidden section, like, can I get specifics on any laws pertaining to that area?
You can enter as long as you have a keystone and our permission.
Specifically need your permission. So would that mean that even if we didn't even if we stole the keystones and didn't have your permission, we would still get fucked?
If you stole the keystones and entered without our permission, and of course we can't give you permission until we have permission from the Grand Grimoire, so I guess it really comes down to his permission. So if you entered it without his permission, then he would kill you.
Huh. Okay, so that's a law.
It wouldn't be a law in a way that is automatic, but it would be a rule.
It's more a fact of life. Gotcha.
Yes.
That seems pretty ironclad, Snack. I'm not sure I can rule my way out of this one. I think we just need to give up on going back there. Could the laws be changed if the Grimoire wished?
Oh, make an amendment.
Yeah, or an addendum. Like, hypothetically, if somebody was to become worthy, but they weren't able to access this place because they'd already been here, could the Grimoire allow them exclusive access despite having been here before?
They'd have to be worthy when we came here the first time.
Sorry, Thunderwave.
Because in order to come back here a second time, they'd need to have one of us.
And what would it take to be worthy of one of you?
A 9th level spellcaster.
9th level spellcaster, right. Fuck! Okay.
Oops, sorry, I had my earphones out for a
4
second.
levels.
Sorry, Thunderwave, you're not worthy.
No, I know. No, he's fully aware.
Alright. If only Ashatari were here.
Yeah, that man would be so worthy.
Hey, well, then again, since Ashatari has never entered this place... Hey, how does the law specifically work in pertaining to that? Like, if I was to become a different person, like, how much of a different person would you need to be? Would you need a completely separate soul?
Yes.
Ah.
Oh, new shoes.
There is a way.
You would need to be not Jaeger, never have been Jaeger, never aspired to become Jaeger,
Oh. Damn.
and never have been here in the first place.
Interesting. Okay, well, I'm out of ideas on how to get into this place without dying.
Can we now go to the architecture?
Yeah, let's go to the architecture. Come on, this place is shaped like an atlas, so we might as well go to go over to the Wilder Wilds.
Very well. Back to the world map.
Okay.
Okay. You go to the section of the library that pertains to the wildlands, and in particular the Cybern Archipelago. If you wish to look for blueprints, can roll. Those of you who are going to be searching can roll investigation.
Alright, so you have some bardic inspiration.
I mean, if I'm good enough, you can get another nat 20.
Yeah, but we could
Well, I
we could
can help.
surpass 20.
Yeah,
Yo, I don't want to roll a thunder wave one with a +9.
I'm gonna whistle you a tune for a
I
D10.
hope Thunder.
It's a D10 now.
Mm.
Oh god.
Okay,
Big
so
weird.
+5 plus 1d10. How regardless of
Here's the thunder wave roll. It's a 25.
Jesus Christ, Ikes.
God damn it.
In spite of that, my roll is a 26.
Exciting. That's
Damn.
good stuff.
That D10 really helped. Otherwise, you would have been the same.
Like,
as
you
thunder
really
wave.
know what books you want to find all the time, every time.
Ike's is such a good reader, you know.
3 nat 20s this session.
And also
Has Ike's rolled at all apart from nat 20s?
Yes, there was
Yeah,
the
she
intelligence.
rolled intelligence just on there right now.
You're right.
Alright. Blueprints for Castle Talan. You can't find blueprints, but you can find a general map of his island. Topography, locations of stuff, buildings, that kind of stuff. So you can find, without having to search for too long, you can find where his castle is. But not the exact layout of his castle.
Well, we got something out of that at least.
Mm-hmm. Better than nothing.
I think there's one more thing that I just want to personally find. If it is here, I don't know.
Oh, another personal quest. Tell me all about it.
I would like to just go back to Arduous. And
Okay.
just me, all alone. Nobody else. Just gonna sneak off for a second.
Tell me all about it, Ikes.
Ordinus, I have one small question.
Yes.
Do you have books on how you can travel across the world and no much effort?
I believe that's called a teleport.
Other than a teleportation circle or teleport spell, because I don't have access to those.
Oh, okay. Oh, type of space magic. Are you asking for magic or... However you spell Artemis. Go. And they probably didn't come up with them themselves because they're orcs and stupid. So it's probably found in ruins of some kind. That's her theory.
Yeah.
And she provides
And
evidence
if I-
evidence of it as well. It's most of the book is just evidence of her theories.
Okay. And we did. I think we did saw a map of the world with a couple of places that were marked out, but we never knew what it was.
Possibly. I can't remember.
Yeah, okay. Just gonna remember that.
If you want a world map,
Okey-doke.
if you want a world map, it's very likely there is one in this library.
That's true too, but I can't take it with me.
Also true.
I think that's good enough.
Okay.
No. But it would also give me another reason to just mess with the Horde a little bit more after what they did.
Ooh, revenge.
Maybe.
Okay. Is there anything you guys want to accomplish while in the library?
Learn Goblinoid.
It might take you a little bit
Only
longer.
so- What if Extra reads a book about a goblin's life?
That's assuming a goblin ever managed to make it here. Just like, oh man, a random goblin got through here, solved the riddles, and broke a rule. Goblins probably, the Horde probably knows to not to restrict access to this area, so not a whole lot of goblins and stuff came through here. And it was a halfling sorcerer named Kill.
Named pardon?
Kill.
Kill, as in like murdering somebody, like kill.
Kill.
Oh, kill. Okay. It's just like a lamer Kyle. Okay, that's good. Thanks.
Kill. This is a halfling Kill name, okay?
I was just checking. So that means that Diedrich probably hasn't made it here yet.
Nope.
Maybe he has.
Well, if nobody's been here for 30 years.
Oh, well,
And if Diedrich did come here, then he probably not be allowed to return.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Alright.
Yugolovs are a type of fiend.
Oh, I know what they are. Jaeger doesn't.
Cool. Oh god. I just looked at the Oidelof. And I wish I
Alright.
didn't.
Anybody else have anything that they want to... Well, oh yeah, we need to get the orb for Chilu, right? Thunderwave, this is your wheelhouse.
Yeah.
Also, okay, serious question.
Yeah, it's because Kim said she would also not read from the
And
book.
only 2 of them walk out.
Well,
Hmm.
okay,
2 level 15s.
here's,
probably.
huh.
You know, I don't think it would be a boss fight, more of a boss rush, you know? Like a Binding of Isaac boss rush.
Yeah,
I mean,
fair.
no, it's probably not quite that bad. There's only 2 of them. And then the Grimoire itself, which will definitely flatten us.
No, I mean, like, the other, like, the Horseman.
Oh, the Horseman. Oh, yeah.
That would be a boss
Well, yeah,
rush.
Mega Satan summons them 2 at once. Not all 4 at once.
There's an idea. What if one of us stayed? No, sending probably wouldn't really work. Wouldn't be able to communicate with them.
Oh, it's easy.
Just a passing thought I had. I
Who
guess.
who would you designate to stay?
I don't know. I mean, I wouldn't be volunteering myself, so.
Well, it would probably have to be someone who's actually capable of communicating.
Realistically, it would have to be Thunderwave, but again, spells don't really work so well from here.
Mm-hmm.
It's not worth considering.
Very well.
Does anybody
So
have
do we
any other
leave?
business they want to do? Anything at all?
Well, when Ash gets back, I'll go back in time and retcon his deal with.
Ash can just stay for a bit longer than the rest of us.
True.
Then again, we might
But
have
he
to-
is also our way out.
Yeah,
Yeah, he is your teleport spell, so
yeah.
unless he didn't prepare it today.
There's no way Ash would just not prepare it.
Yeah. He loves teleporting things randomly, especially when he's alcoholic.
True.
So, do we leave?
Guess we leave.
I do believe we
Alright.
leave.
You guys make your way out through the puzzle doors and back outside, where it's scorching hot. Not like the nice, cool air conditioned library.
Hmm.
It's a very hot day today.
Here.
Where would you like to go from here?
Hmm. Do you remember the way we came?
We could just teleport.
Hmm.
I mean, I don't see any reason to hang about in the Dead Gorge any longer, right?
Ooh, but what about fighting that one golem again?
He's back?
In the hive.
He's back?
Who knows?
No, no, it's a different golem. But one that's able to absolutely kill you guys.
Oh, dude, you did say there was another treasure room, but I mean,
Oh no.
I don't think fighting at 66% strength was the best idea. Just putting it out there.
yeah.
We set that at 50%.
That was it. That was the reason we didn't do it last time. We were missing too many people.
Yeah. I feel like 5 is the 5 is acceptable. 4 is like, maybe not.
All right, let's just where to next?
Well, I suppose that's a question of where you want to go back to.
Do we have? Well, okay. We have a couple of options here. If you guys think we're ready, then we could go and deal with, you know who.
I'd require some time to prepare before that.
Okay. We could also alternative.
There's some trees, maybe like 4 days away.
Only a few hours if we teleport.
Who needs 4 hours when we can just teleport somewhere with trees?
There's
we
at
could
least
also-
one cactus 1 day away.
As much as I'd love to transport via cactus.
We could try to power up this tablet.
Do you know how?
I'm working on the assumption that it might be able to be repowered by the larger tablets they have in the Blacksteel Forge.
Well, that's why I asked her, would the Jaeger know this now? Because
Yeah, like would I have a concept of like if they have like battery power or how that works?
Yeah, you can charge it if you plug it in somewhere.
And that place did have a plug socket.
It did.
It's the only place we know of that had a plug socket. There was other
see.
plug sockets in
Yep.
the under Dororo space,
Yeah.
but
You can
they
charge
didn't
there
seem
as
like
well.
charging plug sockets. They seemed more like USBs. Oh, can we? In
Yeah.
that case, that one's probably preferable.
Then we could steal from the pirates one more time.
I mean, we could head under Dororo. As I recall, there was a large section of the Undercity that contains, well, I believe at the time I thought they contained some kind of knowledge that was inaccessible, but I believe that we should be able to access that now. I think that if we're going to find any kind of details or records of the calamity, that would be a good place to look.
Isn't Doro now all ruled by different people? Don't you think they've already maybe blown up the raid there, or
The Dominion?
I have no clue.
The Dominion. Pearl's influence
Dominion.
could be pretty noticeable there, but he already had looked into that place.
See, what if they just brought it up to the public and nobody's allowed to enter?
I mean, then we can just teleport in.
Touche.
Um.
I'm going to give you guys a short break. I'll be back in a
Oh,
minute.
okay.
You guys can make plans
Good,
during
I
this
wanna-
break, so feel free. You can plan out your next
I
10
need to get my
sessions.
There's something else I want to do.
Which is
I will produce my new diamonds.
you made diamonds.
I didn't make them. We got them from the loot drop in the hive.
I want Snicker Snack. I want Snicker Snack.
You don't get shit.
We got about
I
1,000
know, I
of
don't.
diamonds. I'm gonna be honest. We don't really know what we're up against here, other than the gods are pretty pissed right now.
Hmm.
You know who might be able to make sense of all this? I mean, look, we want to figure this out, and accessing the truth might not be our best bet, but there is somebody that might be able to speak to the gods on our behalf.
Hmm.
Which is
What if we resurrect Corral?
we can.
I mean, we can't, but it's possible.
I was about to be happy.
I'm sure that there are people out there who can. The clerics in Dororo, I mean, the High Priest of Tyr could probably do it.
How long has he been away from this world?
I'm gonna be right back.
Less than a year, maybe 10, 11 months.
Oh.
He's within, resurrection range.
Does a resurrection bring back any missing body parts?
It does. It regrows missing body parts.
How does that work with brains?
I mean, it pretty much regrows the brain. I've also
Yeah, but does
spoken to
it
Avran
regrow
about
it?
this already, and Corral's soul would be willing.
Yeah, I'm aware of this.
So, in theory, we could, if we can find a 13th level or higher cleric.
Yeah. Yeah.
In fact, resurrection is only a cleric spell, right?
What? Say maybe druids? What?
Yeah. It is a bard cleric spell. Weird.
But the bard is A, not here with us at the moment, and also not high enough level.
Yeah, mostly rogue. And also bards aren't prepared casters anyway, so she wouldn't have it.
Yeah.
It's... You never met Corral, did you, Snack?
No, I was only told that he was a good individual.
Yeah, you would have liked him. He was a paladin of Tyr.
Devotion to a god is just as good as a devotion to a cause.
Yeah, he died protecting Ikes. And the rest of us.
As long as you forget about his sacrifice, then I think you're honoring him and living out your life as you are now.
I wasn't always the nicest to him whilst he was alive, but...
I'm sure it's fine. If you were anything like what you are to me now, everything should be fine.
I was going through a rough time in my life, Snack. But, you know, if he was willing to come back, I'm sure that I just need to settle things with Tyr.
Well, wait, didn't you get smited by him once?
Yeah. And now I need to atone. God, there's something I never thought I'd say. Ugh.
Well, do you have any idea on how to start that?
No, and that's why I want Corral back.
Fair enough.
He was the most good person I can think of.
That's reassuring.
Plus, it'd be nice to have somebody else who hates that weird fucking sun cult around.
Hmm.
Gross.
Has Stack ever actually seen the Sun Cult?
You've heard of them because
Yeah.
they showed up in the palace, remember?
Yeah, but that's about it.
So that's something that we could do as well, but we'd need to acquiesce a cleric for that one.
I guess it's a bit late to start taking cleric levels, huh?
Oh,
It's a bit late, but doesn't mean I won't do it.
I miss Sil. It's all of them.
It's never easy.
Hey, Beauregard. Fraser,
What?
ask your question.
Yeah, you said super regard, and I said what? And then Miku talked over me.
You
I
didn't
see.
come in on our end.
I
Do you
blame
ever think
Miku.
about them? Any of them?
All the time.
What a miserable existence.
Oh, yeah?
Human.
I think I need a drink.
Cheers to that.
Beauregard gladly accepts the proposition.
Okay, I finally find it. Finally got around to looking at it.
Oh, I need to get a necklace as well to enchant. I think I picked up a few things from that book.
Hmm.
I'm gonna try applying it to myself, but I need some raw materials to enchant. Wait, I could just
Hmm.
I could make one myself.
Also, I finally got round to it, and Finley was a half-orc ranger. Heather was a tabaxi wizard.
Yeah,
I was a tiefling warlock. And Avram was a wood elf bard.
yeah, that's fitting. Probably not.
We're about to
Well,
do
the
a
necklace doesn't have to be on a chain, it can be on a string, right?
Yeah, do you have string?
We
Yeah.
have rope that we can just make into, you know.
I see. I don't think that rope is a raw material. String is, but I don't think rope is.
Okay, why? Technically, it's a necklace if it's got a thing on some sort of like strand, right? Be it metal or
I'd need to
cloth or
long rest
something.
for either way. I say we just continue onwards for now into Gobble Mountain.
Onwards!
Mushroom necklace.
I've got some nice amber actually. I have amber on me. Wait, I have gemstones and stuff. Hang on.
Mm-hmm.
Let me see real quick.
Gonna be one expensive amulet.
I've got dragon bones.
I mean, Dragon Ball Pro. I have Kimsa bathwater.
You can combine Kimsa's bathwater with my foam bombs.
Oh god, yeah, that would work. Probably not for the thing I'm trying to do right now though. I have rocks.
I've got rocks. Got so many rocks.
I've got a couple of volcanic rocks.
Ooh. I've got a mystery gem.
Nothing that I need. Nothing I need right now. That's fine. We could just pop into a town and get it. Actually, no. I think we want to go on full resources. So we could take a day to like do this, grab, get like long rested and stuff in Dororo. Potentially Dororo. Maybe better to just do it outside of the mountain. Now that I think about it, actually. We could just teleport outside the mountain, set up a camp there. If we went to one of the towns, we could grab stuff. Like if we teleported to say. Kensei, bought some resource, then teleported again because Ash should have more 7th level slots now, I think. Actually, maybe. Let me check that actually. And then we could teleport to outside of the mountain, set up a tiny hut, and go in tomorrow.
Sounds good.
He actually does not have multiple 7th level slots, but he could use his 8th level slot to upcast it.
Yeah.
It's not like he has any 8th level spells prepared yet, so.
Yeah, because I mean, he's leveled up, but he's not leveled up, you know?
Yeah. We haven't had a long rest, so he hasn't had a chance to prepare new spells. So I say that we do.
Well, we
we
have.
get
We have had a long rest while you were off booking.
Oh yeah, true. I haven't had a long rest. I definitely haven't had a long rest whilst in possession of a necklace I can enchant. So yeah, that's my proposal. We pop to Kensei, buy this dumb necklace. Ash can give over his orb if he has it. We can do that retroactively, I guess.
I mean, the orbs are allowed to be taken out. I don't see why we would be denied orb.
They want to. The orb has to want to go.
Oh, right.
The orbs are sentient. So Ash could just do that off screen as well, and then when Avran's actually here next week, they can do that scene, I guess. Buy a necklace, then we can use the other slot, teleport outside of Goblin Mountain, Tiny Hut, or Magnificent Mansion, either or. Rest up, and we're good. We go on the next day, full resources. I have a fuck ton of HP, stuff like that.
Yeah. Sounds fun.
Any objections to that plan?
Nope.
Anybody have a better plan? Because I'm just spitballing here.
We've still got a bit of time. I think technically we could TP over now, do stuff there, and then.
Oh yeah,
Ash
you
do
need to
stuff.
speak to your dude, don't you?
I'd like to.
I mean, there's a forest
Where?
around Shiboto and Kent. Shiboto.
Well, yeah, that's true. It's just a matter of like that would require us to like be like, okay, yeah, we teleported, but we'll do the retroactive stuff with Ash next time.
I mean, we could just go to Shiboto rather than Kensei. I want to kill two birds with one stone, but like it also doesn't make much sense to do that whilst Avran isn't here.
Yeah, like I mean, if we go to Shimoto or the areas around it, maybe just near Goblin Mountain, like there was.
Well,
that
I
little
need to
town
go into
there.
a city is the thing to get the materials for this necklace.
What was there a blacksmith or like any sort of like store? Well, there was definitely a store in the little village there. Just a matter.
1 kilogram of iron.
Done, thanks.
No problem. He just hands you an iron bar.
Barely even a bar at that size.
Kilogram.
How much is a kilogram of iron? In fact, iron's a trade good, isn't it?
Probably. You might be underselling you.
1 pound of iron is 1 silver, so I'm definitely getting upcharged here.
Well, okay. Pounds.
One
versus-
kilogram is 2.2 pounds, so it would be 2.2 silver. I'm fine to just pay a gold. To be honest, if he starts asking for like this much silver and this much copper, I'm just gonna give him a gold anyway.
Yeah, it's mostly because I mean, you got his reasoning why he's upcharging it.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, you know, like this amount of iron could probably make about a dagger, so I will give him basically the cost of a dagger.
Mm.
That's fine. That's all I needed. Thank you. I'm gonna shoot back off and try and find the others now.
Alright, snack. He can find a tree. It's not difficult. There's trees everywhere. Outside the slums, that is.
I'm just gonna make this thing, and tonight I'll enchant it. So I'm just gonna add it to my sheet now.
It'll
And
take
with
you maybe
that, my
50
health goes from 78.
It'll take you maybe 15 minutes to get to water a tree after walking through the slums and stuff.
Aha! 138 hit points.
Look at you, Mr. Or I guess Mrs. Won't die in one hit.
Haha! I have 22 AC and 138 hit points.
You have more AC than me,
Like
and
that.
you have more hit points than me then.
Now I can kill you in 2 hits. I can finally have fun with killing Jaeger. I can.
Yeah,
figure
without
it
risk
out.
of me just dying. No, yeah. I'm gonna be a fucking monstrosity to try and kill now, actually. Like, my saving throws are also pretty decent.
Does that mean I'm now with the lowest hit points in our group?
Ash.
Or Kimsa.
Ash probably has less.
Yeah, good old itty bitty hit die boy.
Smaller hit dice, and I don't think he has a higher con mod.
Yeah.
Okay, snack, do your thing.
Yeah. I'm going to as posted in general, I'm going to approach the tree.
Like that, or
Oh, I'm striding up to it. I'm walking
okay.
up to the tree and I'm knocking on the door after I make the door. The door's not made yet.
Okay, you're entering a situation in which you can contact your patron.
Mm-hmm.
Hey man, it's been a while. I guess sorry about last time. I was a little serious, man. It's crazy. But I'm feeling a little more chill right now, man.
It's been a while. It's nice to be able to talk again.
Yeah. So what's up, man? What's going on?
It's sorry, it's just time here really does flow differently. Feels like it's been an eternity. We're I'm just contacting to say that we're getting ready to soon take care of the job.
Oh man, it's so righteous. You gotta take care of that guy. Oh, nice. Careful though, he's got some grudges against Buffet, man.
Yeah, I'm aware.
Mostly against me though, so don't name drop me or anything.
No, I daren't do that.
Maybe you should do
I'm
that.
just-
It might focus you more.
I said I'm just contacting to let you know that those are our plans. I'm currently just trying to better myself in any way I can.
Oh, I get it. You're here to ask for your pals back, aren't you, man?
Oh no. Well, that would be that would certainly be nice. It's I'm mostly just letting you know that I'm trying to become stronger on my own, be that through items or self improvement.
I get it, I get it. You want to get real tough. So you want me to bestow upon you some kind of weapon that could make you stronger? Is that some kind of weapon from a new rulebook? Is that what you're asking for?
Hey, I'm just saying. It's that's just something else. That's just the fucking. It came out like real fucking recently. Like, how the fuck did they know? Any gift is one to be treasured when it is from you, my lord.
Well, let me give you the gift of advice.
I've been getting that a lot recently. I've really taken some to heart, you know.
My advice is don't die, dude. Because if you do,
Yeah,
it'll make
yeah.
me look bad. And if I look bad, all the Fae around are gonna laugh at me.
Hmm.
And I don't want to be laughed at.
I wouldn't ever let that happen.
Good, so you're gonna kill him dead, right?
Yep. You gotta make sure he can't get it back up again. Although apparently one of the previous avatars has one of the previous avatars had a nasty knack of coming right back up.
Well, I believe they all should, right? I mean, he's the god of undead. It's kind of what they do, isn't it?
Yeah. If there's a way to stop him coming back up, that'll be fortunate, but I'm guessing we're gonna need to think of a more brute force strategy on the spot.
Oh, there's a way to temporarily stop him from making more avatars, even. Though I'd probably put you on that later.
Hmm.
You just need to go to the waste, go to the city of the dead, find Osiris's castle, and then break his phylactery. After that, it'll be a long time before we can make any more avatars. But that's after, you know? You can't break his phylactery while he serves an avatar. That guy will kill you dead. Also, you know, it's immune while he's alive. I don't know. Reasons. Point is, kill this boy.
That's definitely the plan.
Nice.
Within the next couple hours for you, we should be in the process of either staking out the Avatar's home, or we're hopefully obtaining the necessary materials to scry on him and catch him when he's most vulnerable.
Alright, sounds dope. Well, good luck with that. Can't give you any more powers at the moment, I'm afraid. I'm kind of focused on a different activity, if you catch my drift. But I'll let you know as soon as you get in that fight. When you kill him, you have my complete attention, bro.
Looks like Snack's only going to get his powers back when the fight begins.
That's fine.
Yeah, as long as you have them for the fight.
Well, I believe that's all the interesting developments that have come to mind, unless you want to hear about something specific.
Oh yeah, I'd love to hear about some stuff. Yeah, I never asked this before, but what happened to your arm, bro? But I assume it was a pretty amazing speech, so I won't take the wind out from under your sails already. I'll just be like, oh man, that's righteous. Oh, that's crazy. Well, I hope I'll tell you what. Ooh. I'll tell you what I'll do for you, bro. If you take that little fake arm off, I'll grow you a new one out of wood.
That would be interesting. I do have a wooden one, but that one's sort of stick on as well.
Yeah, but this one will be made of wood and made of your body.
Well, sure, why not?
Okay, pop that arm off. Oh, let me get to business. Ooh, gotta crack my knuckles. Crack, crack, crack. I say it out loud as I crack it at the same time. Emphasize. Okay, let's go.
The crack gets louder.
Regenerate. Pew.
I just have like a little seedling sprouting from my nub.
Well, more than a seedling, it's a full-on arm made of wood. It's like it's even got bark.
Righteous.
Nice. That worked better than I thought it would. I honestly was going for bigger arm, more power, but this works too. So, as soon as you start your little plan, whatever that is, give me a holler and I will totally let you use my powers again. Your sugar daddy's got you, man.
I appreciate it.
Alright, I'm sending you out. Bye-bye. He just casts you out.
Yep.
Yeeted.
Alright, at that note, you guys will be just getting in for the night, and I'll call it a session there.
Gotcha.
Lots of lore, lots of roleplay. You guys went up 2 levels. Well, most of you went up 2 levels. Some of you decided to work on yourselves. That's admirable.
And stupid.
Why be someone else when I can just be myself?
I was going to give you the story of Paladin Adonis and his real big sword.
Could have found out what happened to the sword and taken the sword.
You should have given it in the sentient something.
True, the sentient book series.
Brilliant.
Oh god, the sentient book series. Oh no.
Wait, those 2 people are sentient books?
Here they are.
Oh no.
Billy is behind that door.
Billy is the Great Grimoire.
Oh no, you figured it out!
It's the unreleased final chapter.
The unreleased final chapters behind the door.
Billy
The
and
first and the
Spencer
last,
come
the
along.
alpha and the omega.
Well,
Can't wait to figure it out.
I'll hopefully catch most of you, if not all of you, next week.
I should be free.
Looking forward to it. To hopefully the start of the invasion of the Avatar of Osiris and the big boss rush of the Four Horsemen.
Yeah, that's gonna be
They haven't
something.
shown up yet.
I've tried my best to keep you guys alive by giving you a level boost. Let's see how well it goes.
I might pass a wisdom save.
I know, right?
I mean,
So
I-
exciting.
I should be tanky enough to take a few hits now.
What, you mean the highest HP of the party?
And the highest AC of the party.
Yeah. Now I'm in Axe's place as number 2.
Great. Now I need to change some stats on these horsemen so that it's save all attacks saves.
Oh, saving throws. You mean the thing that I have? I have a cloak of protection giving a bonus, a ring of protection giving a bonus, snack giving a bonus, and flash of genius.
Make it
Sorry,
strength.
what I meant to say is they just hit.
Oh no!
And they all crit.
Yep.
But only
Because
against
the
birds.
attack auto hits from the Marut, it can never crit you.
I'm gonna give them all plus 20s to hit.
Oh, that's not enough to hit me.
Oh damn.
And they're also clerics, so they can apply vulnerability.
Oh, true.
Peru.
Alright,
I'm gonna go get some
ending the
dinner.
stream. See you guys on Saturday at 1 p.m. next week.
Bye.
Yep.
So, yeah.
Bye.